Go. Hi, Rico. Go morning, go afternoon, and go evening. Thank you so much for joining me today on another tip to stream. Already in the middle of the week, which by the way is actually insane to be like, hey Cubs, tonight's my first final. I can't believe you've already gotten this far, but I hope you guys are having an awesome hacking Wednesday. Let's go! Sorry. I'm not gonna lie to you guys, I woke up this morning and I was like, am I getting sick? I don't think I'm getting sick, but I woke up, I'm like, oh no, is there something wrong with my throat? And I can like pinpoint the exact moment, but you know those people who get like really hyper focused when they get sick and they feel sick and they're just pretending to be sick when they're not really sick? That's me. What had happened was I went to the gym yesterday, yes, and there was this exercise, landmines is what she likes to use, and basically, let me see if I could get an MS Paint doodle. Let's get MS Paint open really quick. This is serious. This is a serious conversation. Not really. Anyway, really quick. So there's these things called landmines, right? So there's like a stick on the ground that has like a little pivot point, and there's normally like a weight to it. So let's say this is like 10 pounds because your girl is scrawny in the arms, right? And so it's on the floor, and you're supposed to, what were we supposed to do yesterday? We are supposed to do a reverse lunge. So basically, let's see, I was supposed to grab it while also, oh gosh, how do you draw a reverse lunge? This is what the Aztecs used to draw, I'm sure. Anyways, this is a reverse for anyone who comes in, okay? And you're supposed to bring it up, right? Sure. Tippa, why are we bringing this like whole information in here? Listen. For whatever reason, the bar already is really heavy. Like this is probably 10 pounds in itself. So to me to do 20 pounds with like a reverse lunge, I can do it, but it's very difficult. So I decided, oh, I am so big brain. So big brain. This is me having this idea live yesterday. So maybe not as live today. But I was like, wait a moment. Eureka or something like that, as people would say. I was like, what if I use the free weight that's right here and I just lunge with it by holding it? So what does it look like? Oh god, what does it look like? I'm holding on to this weight that's 10 pounds. And how do I do the reverse lunge thing again? Oh heck. Yeah, sure. So I'm doing the reverse lunge like this, right? So I'm like, oh, this feels so much easier because there's like less weight or whatever. But the instructor had passed by and she's like, oh, you're doing such a good job. And for me, I'm just like, wow, me a good job? That's crazy. So of course, obviously when someone compliments you, you're like, oh wow, thank you. Hold on, like, can we do the mouth open, mouth close? Wow, thank you so much, instructor. I really appreciate those really kind remarks. And I'm doing this exercise while talking to her, right? And what had happened was I don't know how to explain it, but as I'm yapping, the air from the weight that I'm holding, the 10 pounds, like goes in my mouth. And being the germaphobe that I am, I'm like, oh my goodness. I'm going to die. I'm dying. So I'm like, oh, okay, it's fine. It's truly whatever. I'm gonna continue because we're already at the halfway point. But I couldn't help but be like, you know how many germs and sweat and like tears and like this has been on the floor, and how many people have handled it, and how many people haven't wiped this, and how many. So obviously no good vibes. Sorry, I saw Mr. Gray, no good vibes. So I'm like, oh wow, this is actually insane. I am not a fan. So all day yesterday, I kind of had this like weird sinking feeling of like, am I sick? I don't know. Sometimes I have these silly brain thoughts where I'm like, you are. So that's why my voice sounds pretty much normal. But I couldn't help but wake up being like, huh, I could be sick. Maybe this is what I get for saying, ooh, I haven't been sick, and then me missing the whole era where like everyone was sick a few weeks ago. So we'll see. But thank you for coming to my tip talk about reverse lunges, not lunches, lunging. If you need like a real picture of what a lunge looks like, I'm pretty sure. How do you do a lunge anymore? Wait, is the knee? Whatever. I have 3 legs now. Anyway, not the point. Apparently I don't know what a lunge is. I can't visualize it, but I do them a lot. I cannot draw it. Let's pull up a quick reference. Lunge. Sorry, reverse lunge, and then I'll say my hellos and everything like that. Lunge. Yeah, brother. Wait, why am I messy up then? Yeah, okay, no, I drew it right. Hold on. Hold on. Yeah, knee bent. The knee's bent. And then the other one's like down. Yeah, sure. The legs are so proportionate right now. I think no one's perfect, so I mean this works out. But yeah, thank you for coming to my tip talk. So that's why I'm like, oh no. But hopefully again it's all in my head. And everything's good. But I was like chugging tea this morning. I didn't like wake up earlier than anticipated. I woke up around 9, but I was like so motivated to like study Spanish. So if there's any ositos who politely lurked the Discord, they may have saw me, and I had a cub join me, JB. So thank you, JB. I'll show my appreciation once I see them in chat again. But we did a little bit of Spanish together because I didn't really want to look at school stuff, because I said, hey, I know we have like about 40-ish pages of notes to talk about today, but I think we could get done pretty early. A lot of the content that you're going to see is pretty straightforward with some kind of wacky terms like what the heck is a tort, you know, and we'll talk about that. The format, we'll also talk about that. But anyway, I just didn't want to look at school stuff. I'm like, I kind of want to look at Spanish. And so this chapter 2, sorry to the cubs who are like, I'm not a osito. I'm like, I'm sorry, you have to hear me ramble about this. I'm getting my butt kicked with Estar and Sir and Se. Oh my goodness, the to be in Spanish. And of course I understand the idea and concept of it, but when I was doing the exercises, I was like marking myself off. I'm like, brother. When it started asking me the difference and starting to like intertwine them, I was like, I'm getting my butt kicked right now. I need to look at this when I'm not like so much in like a detrimental rush of like, oh, I really have to actually focus on this final right now. But I was suffering. So hopefully you guys might catch me sometime later this week studying more Spanish in that voice channel, because I was just like, brother, I can't tell the difference between this. What else can I do? But J-Dog, thank you so very much for the follow, gamer. Welcome on in. Welcome. And welcome to the Cub Club. Appreciate ya. But yeah, so yeah, Spanish Club. I drank tea. I somehow scheduled the stream for 12 p.m. EST, but I actually meant 12:30, so that was a crazy concept of me saying, whoa, I'm not streaming at 10:30 or 12:30. We got a 12 in here? That's so funny, haha. So anyway, we're just starting now. Anyway, let me say my hellos. I'll just keep the story up here. You know, the Cubs can decipher it. The Cubs coming on and being like, what the heck, Tippa? Anyway. Hi, Robo. Hi, welcome. Let's go. Welcome on in. And hi, Gala. Hi. Domain expansion. Pomodoro. So today, thankfully, we're not doing Pomodoro, but we should. We might. Honestly, depending on how fast we get through this lecture, I might do some self-studying. We might switch it over to Pomodoro. So I hope you guys understand. We might bring it back to the old-fashioned. Part of me is like, do I really want to set up water though? And it's like, yeah, it's a one click. And I'm like, what if I do something new? Sounds dumb, but anyway, we'll figure it out together. Hi, Pata. Hi, gamer. Thank you so much for the self-care checks. I appreciate it. Thank you so much for the posture check. I'll just do these now. I promise I did them while, you know, we were waiting for the starting soon screen and that ad to go. But I'll squeeze in my shoulder blades. Ooh, oh my goodness, I got a little crack out of there. Thank you so much for the inhalation of air. Let's sigh. Thank you so much for the hydrate. I have some tea with me still. This is my second cup of tea. That's how like worried I am about getting sick. One moment. Also, if you were here yesterday, for some reason, my tea bags that definitely last a year are expiring like in 4 days. So just another reason to chug tea. You know, everything happens for a reason. There must have been a reason why I inhaled that weight in my mouth and felt it in the back, being like, oh God. Thank you, gamer. Thank you, thank you. Hi, Atomic. Hi, Galmer. Galmer, welcome on in. Welcome. Oh my goodness. Hi, Double. Hi, howdy. Welcome. And FTW, welcome on in as well. Thank you so much for the good luck. I need it. Oh my goodness. Hi, Luna. Hi, welcome. And hi, Mr. Gray. Hi, welcome. Oh my goodness, JJ. Hi, welcome officially in as well. Welcome. Oh my gosh, it's Tipanya. Tian, bread store? No, guess what? Hi, gamer. I'm gonna harass you in 7 months. Please wait for me. Be patient. I'm finally going to become a polyglot and follow your footsteps, and I don't remember if I typed this up to you or not, so I do apologize if I'm repeating myself. Sorry. But how do you call it? So we started a Spanish club recently because me and Ryan were like, damn, what do we do? And we're like, oh, this and that, and then we just kind of digested so many materials and videos of people who were like, well, I know like more than 2 languages, and then, you know, other people were like, I'm a polyglot, and I'm like, wow, that's so cool and exciting. I love that for them, you know. And I'm like, gosh darn it, we can't keep balancing one or the other, Spanish or Japanese, so we decided to take Spanish first, and we have like, we're on week 2 out of week 30, so about 6 months, and we're like, hey, listen, if we could get through this, we could get through anything. I mean, we've gone through worse together, so we can really get through anything. It's daijou booty. But we're like, okay, if we dedicated to this and we feel pretty comfortable, then we could do like little daily practices and start conversating with people, and then we could move our focus to Japanese. So like, even the little like Spanish club comment, I'm like, please do wait for us, we're gonna be talking very babyish to you. You're probably like N2 level right now, if not higher. Don't let me insult you, I don't know how the levels work, but I'm just like, oh, you're already a master, and I'll be like N5. Ohayou gozaimasu. I will speak very baby hiragana to you. Katakana, you know, honestly, something I never picked up. Hiragana, I'm so glad for whatever reason has stayed with me throughout the years. Thanks, random fixated Tippa in like age here. Anyway, but please wait for us, please. All right, let me speed run so I can catch up because I'm having a conversation. I'm like, I'm still up here. Hold on. Let me give you a shout out really quick as well. Okay. Hi, Sunny. Hi, welcome. Hello, Tippa. Hello, Sunny. I feel so bad for you when I saw day 3, week 1 of suffering. Yeah, no, don't worry. I mean, this is normal. This is fine. It's okay. Don't worry. Don't worry at all. I'm doing okay. I just have to get through 1 more week, and I'm good. So don't worry. Thank you so much for your concern. I appreciate it. ¿Cómo se dice? Have a good Monday. Tiene. Wait, no. Tiene means you have. Tengo? Tiene? Well, you have? Yeah, tiene. Tiene. Lunes bien. Tienes un. Lunes bien. Yay! I don't feel like that's right for some reason. Oh, nice. Bye, Conan. Hi, welcome, Gamer. Welcome. Your model's so animated. It's adorable. Thank you, Gamer. I appreciate it. It's the. I'm not gonna say anything. Thank you. I appreciate it. Thank you. But I am this animated because of my upbringing. But I'm only this cute because of my producer, Teru. I can't refer to Teru as my mama. It's a little weird, but she's the one who made me this cute. So thank you, Teru. Thank you. Thank you. Oh my goodness. Not to be fourth wall breaky, I'm actually missing a blend shape. Uh-oh. Anyway, not the point. Anyway, scroll. Luna says if someone says está enferma, it's okay. If you say es enferma, you'll get a slap. Yeah, it's kind of like pointing at someone saying like they're sick at like a reasonable distance. But if someone says that they're sick, I hope that they stay away from me. Like, hey, not for anything. I hope this is not a hot take by any means. But I think if you're coughing actively and you're in a group, I think you should mask up. Sorry. It's like, Tippa, that's not a hot take whatsoever. Oh, an American. No, I'm just kidding. But I just had that kind of recently happen. I'm like, this person is like coughing and it's like a productive cough. So I'm kind of like, yeah, this person's kind of sick. Not for anything. Normal people who are not sick typically don't cough. Please stay away from me. Anyway. Lena says the visceral raw screaming of Ryan find a rhythm minigame echoes in my head. Brother, I don't know why she can't find her sense of rhythm. This is crazy. Oh my goodness. But I hope she got through it. Thank you so much for sharing the clip. I ended up having to go to bed. I was like really tired at like 9. I'm like, brothers, I'm going to bed. And so I did. Why did I not wake up earlier than expected? I'm not gonna lie, I did wake up at 7 and I felt like rested. And I'm like, yeah, I could start the day. I could even go to the gym at the 9 o'clock class. And I said, no. So I fell back asleep at 9 and that's when I was like, okay, Spanish club. Banu says, that's so true. Kanji shimi ni shite iru. Shimi ni shite iru. Thank you, gamer. I can read it. I don't know what it says. But I will practice with you. Oh my goodness. Fighting! So fighting. I'm Sasha. Hi, welcome on in. News says I still haven't made a single Japanese friend. What? So I'm happy about anyone who converses with me? Brother, I will converse with you in the most broken... What is the equivalent of like Spanglish? But Japanese and English. Japanglish? I don't know, sorry. I will converse with you like that. I only picked up a few phrases off Mango where I could tell you Hidoi ame desu, and it's like, oh wow. Ah, good. Okay. Oh my goodness. Doctor called me sick. I said true? What an absolute gamer. Alright gamers, hold on, give me 1 second. We're done with the MS Paint stuff. Wamp wamp. Let me go ahead and save this. I'm just gonna post it up just for funsies. And I'll count it as an MS Paint doodle because I just think this is so funny. Can't stop the heavy rain from falling. The tears. Alright, let me put this up really quick before I completely forget. MS Paint doodles in my folder. I'll just put it story time. Anyway. Okay, Cubs, so unfortunately we have to be productive today. As I mentioned, there is, and I just checked right now in the Google Doc, about 40 pages of notes that are on here, which sounds miserable because it is. But thankfully, a lot of these are like screenshots of PowerPoint slides, their tables, there might be some other stuff, etc, etc. And this course I'm actually really not that passionate about. I've expressed my my passion smiley face emoji for the past 2 times I had to take this exam. Again, my focus is more on like rehab and health and anatomy and more science-based stuff. This is like administration and like law, as you're gonna see here, but we'll get through it. But Lenny Gamer, thank you so very much for the follow. Welcome to the Cub Club. Welcome. But yeah, so today we're gonna go over 4 chapters because it's my final. It's my first final happening at 7. Ooh, wait, Cubs. Wait, 1 moment. I just remembered something really important. Hold on. Hold on. I have to download my exam, and I know that sounds like really dumb, because it is, but 1 moment. I just didn't want anything else to pop up if I'm sharing this, so apologies. Hold on. Okay, download this exam. and I can't download the next one until later tonight for some reason. Okay. Alright, I back on topic? Yeah. So, similar to lockdown browser, some of you cubs may be familiar with, this is where, like, you have to have your webcam on, you have to screen for your environment, they observe, like, what you're doing, whatever. I use another program that basically requires me to download my exam, and this can be very beneficial to people who may lose internet midway during an exam. And, yeah, that's the only perk of it. Otherwise, it's really stupid because it's the idea of, like, hey guys, you need to make sure it's downloaded before 5 p.m. even though the exam isn't until 7. Actually, let me remind my kind classmates. Make sure to download your exam. Yeah. Alright, I put the reminder. I'm a good person, I think. Anyway, so yeah, that's the only benefit about downloading the exams like that, so yay. Very excited to get that out of the way. I didn't want to be penalized because I didn't download it too early, which sounds really dumb, but it is what it is. I don't make the rules. Download the exam to answer the exam? Exactly. They should do that. They should just give me the answers. The Cubs, you've seen how hard I study, and they should too. I'll show them the VODs. I'll be like, oh, here are all the VODs from this semester to this one. I put this many hours of studying. Please reward me. My hi, welcome on in. Sunny says, what if the Cubs have slow internet? Oh, it's like a baby exam. Like, I already finished downloading it and I don't even have the best internet, you know? Conan says, I did the online portion of my main 101 final last night. You gotta love when the final is written by a different teacher of a different class. It all worked out in the end. Don't talk to me about that because that is probably the most infuriating thing for this course as well. I literally had one, like, it can work in like a good way and a bad way. I had one professor who was very like particular about certain things, and this only happened once. Very particular, but the exam ended up being much easier than expected. And then unfortunately, I've ran into many cases where the professor doesn't really know how to instruct, and that's not me being critical. I just did not gain really much from that class, and their exams were a little difficult, you know? And I'm like, brothers, do we not have the same notes and PowerPoint from like the people who made this from before? This is crazy. Anyway. Oh, it's this cute little character. Is this you? It's me. I'll never forget when I started VTubing, I showed my mom a bearcat. I was like, look, mama, it's me. And she's like, oh. And I'm like, okay. Alright. I'm never showing anything again. No, I'm just kidding. It's fine. My mama bearcat doesn't really understand like computers and technology or whatever, but she can support me, which, you know, honestly is a really crazy thing. Small tangent. I think it's very crazy. She supported like my love for anime, I guess, at a very young age, because I would have thought she thought it would be weird, but she didn't. So I'm very happy that she hasn't shunned me in this kind of way. It's all led up to this moment, baby. Anyway, she wasn't into the Homestuck though. She did think that the horns were satanic, so that gives you anything. She's not perfect. Anyway, this is Spanish, or the PT Semna week is from 7. I never figured out until googling it now. Wait, that the week is from 7? I guess? 7 days? Sure. But yeah, daughter, I think you have the contraption might have stolen your soul. No, she's not that old-fashioned. She's okay. Sunny says, can't wait for the Tip of Mama co-stream. I have no idea what stream it was, but she did pop in once. She said hi. I couldn't tell you what stream, but you gotta dig it through, I guess. Anyway. We hadn't gone over half the stuff in that final. It was just renewable energy, which is a different program. Oh, brother, I would have submitted a complaint. I'm not a complainer by any means, but I would just been like, hey, did you give us the wrong exam? A lot of this concept came from this, and this isn't even in our like course objectives. You are insane if you think I'm gonna do this. But I would not submit a complaint if I pass with a passing grade. I'll just leave it be. I'll be like, whatever. Someone else will do it, I guess. Oh well. Alright, gamers. Let me go ahead and sip a little bit of tea, but we should get started, unfortunately, on this 40-page study guide. Hold on one moment, though. My tea's probably already cold. Boo-hoo. Boo-hoo. Alright. So, as I mentioned earlier, admin is the topic of today's stream. I am not passionate about admin, but thankfully the information, with the exception of some wacky terms, is pretty straightforward, thankfully. So we have 4 units. This course had 3 exams. This is the final. Small little tidbit. I hope I do okay. That's like, Tippa, where is this all coming from? So my professor from our last meetup that we have, because sometimes we meet on occasion, she was like, yeah, some people did really bad on exam 2, and I reached out to the people who did bad because there's some people who got like D's. And remember, you have to get a C average or higher. So imagine maybe they got a C, they got a D. They might need to get like a high C or like a low B to like pass the course. And imagine getting held back because of this course that isn't really even applicable to you directly. Insane. But yeah, we'll see how that goes. I don't know the students who are troubled right now, so we'll see how it goes. Anyway, Luna says one of our professors had to leave and we got a new one, and they lost one of our tests in the swap. The new one just asked us how much we scored. Brother, I scored a 99. No, I'm just kidding. I would be honest. I would tell them what I scored. And if I didn't know, I'd be like, oh, an 82? I would have complained, but we had unlimited attempts on multiple choice quizzes, so I got a good grade. Oh, brother. You're so good. You're fine. Unlimited attempts? You're good. But yeah, I don't think I'm in the process or in line of failing. I think I got like, I will be honest with you, cuz I got like a B on the first one, a high C on this one. So I think unless I get like a really low D or an F, which I don't think I will, we'll go ahead and, hope for the best. The study review normally is just me reading off my notes, but I'm going to try something a little bit new. Whether that's going to benefit me or not, I have no idea. But my professor was very kind, and she actually gave us like a PowerPoint presentation, and you'll actually see these slides, as you see here, kind of injected in. Some of them are actually completely random though. Some of them I had no idea where to put them. I was just really confused. So I was like, what did I do? I have to put them in because it must be important. But she was very kind enough to put like questions in here. And when I was making the study guide more on Monday, and I guess a little bit of yesterday, I didn't really implement these in. So what I'm going to go ahead and do is, after I introduce what we're talking about today, after, the 30 minutes of me yapping, I'll talk about these questions. We'll go over what I have in my sheet, and then we'll come back to this and try to like refer, And I think that kind of active recall and that like questioning and putting myself on the spot is going to help me also enforce that information, and also help me like challenge myself a little bit. And even if it's embarrassing, like, hey, I don't know XYZ, then I'll be like, hey, I remember on stream I didn't know this. I know this concept now, I hope it works that way. Anyway, let's go. Hi, welcome on in. Welcome. Get that A? I will try to get that A. But yeah, I don't know anyone else who masters using streaming as a study method, but I like this. It's really great. Yeah, brother, Google the Hawthorne. I hope I can spell Hawthorne. I don't know how to spell Hawthorne apparently. Hawthorne effect. It works out for me. I like it. And honestly, if I wasn't mixing study and streaming cubs, I would probably be gone. And not that I would have quit or anything, but like this week I would have been like, sorry cubs, no stream, I have to study for finals. But now that I've conditioned myself to use studying and streaming at the same time, I feel like it's very difficult to not do it. Not that I can't study on my own, but like even with the Spanish club happening right now, I like put myself in a voice call, and it's the idea of like, someone might be watching me, so I'm gonna try to stay focused. Hee. But yeah, but thank you, gamer. Here are my brain cells again. Thank you, gamer. Did you finish all your exams? You said you had like a physical one, right? I might have been nosy. But I wish you the absolute best of luck. Thank you for the brain cells. I'm gonna need it. I'm gonna need it till next Tuesday, Cup. So if you have them, give them. So this exam today is exam 3, and it's 46 multiple choice questions. Wow. So it's pretty chunky. Not as chunky as the pediatric one, which by the way was like 70 questions. I was like, ooh. But yeah, 60 minutes, 46 questions, we got this. So the topics we're going to talk about in the respective order is going to be Unit 10, which is Health Information Management. We're going to also be doing organizational behaviors for Unit 11. There's not many questions, and you'll see why. Organizational behaviors talks about very interesting things like biases. It's interesting. We'll talk about it. Anyway, the next unit 12, is going to be ethics and law, and then the last one is fraud and abuse. So we're going to go ahead, like I said, in the respective order, go units 10 through 13, and the first one we're going to go ahead and talk about is unit 10, health information management. As I said, I'm going to go ahead and read you these questions really quick just to say that we have them up in the air to kind of reference to. We'll go through the guide and then we'll come back and try to answer these, okay? It was open book, open internet? Open book, open internet! Don't talk to me, Conhead. Don't talk to me. I'm on this stupid lockdown browser setup and you have the internet? No, but I get it. Honestly, it's how to say it? I don't condone cheating by any means, and it is important for a healthcare professional to know what they're talking about. That they should know what they're doing off the top of their head, ideally. But, even in real life, we will be able to refer back to our notes or textbooks and resources to double or even triple check something. Anyway, so for Unit 10, we're going to talk about and ask ourselves, what are healthcare information systems? What is the difference between EMR and, oh, they typed this wrong, EHR, so electric medical records versus electric health records, and what we adopted? The challenges for this adaptation, the future of the healthcare information systems. We're going to discuss the role of health informatics and Discuss the role that health informatics play in the push towards the healthcare reform, healthcare information technology or HIT, and the vision of the integrated healthcare systems. Discuss the role that the health informatics play. That's just a repeat, brother. I guess it's so important they have to put it twice. Discuss the impact of HIT on healthcare managers. Examine the impacts of HIPAA. This is the health information. Oh gosh, right? Why don't I remember HIPAA? Please, medical professionals don't throw stones at me. Health Information Portable and Accountability Act, something like that. Basically, it's the idea that you shouldn't share information with someone or identify, or how do you call it? If you're talking about someone, you shouldn't provide information that would make them easily identifiable. Like if you're talking to your client. No, sorry, if you're talking to your coworker out loud and you're like, yeah, John Doe in room 7, it's like, oh, brother. But we're going to examine the impacts of that and other regulations, laws, and policies. We're going to talk about meaningful use and the concepts of 4 pillars, the benefits of clinical data automation, and organization instrumentals in espousing safer care using computers. It's a lot. But yeah, hi, Mintai, welcome in Galmer. You got the in-person part of the final tomorrow morning, so you got to do a bit of studying tonight. I'll share the ladder logic drawing in the Discord, please. I'm looking super duper forward to it. Best of luck getting the opportunity to study tonight. I hope you have a really productive study session. And I wish you, of course, the best of luck tomorrow morning. You're going to kill it. And then you'll have the free day. You have the whole rest of the day to turn off your brain, which is very exciting. Alright, hold on one moment. Alright, I got one good inhalation in. Let's go ahead and talk about some of the stuff. So in addition to the study guide that she just gave us and the few of the questions that we had just read out loud, more like questions to go ahead and think about, she also gave us kind of a general outline of stuff to focus on. So I cross-referenced the study guide that she gave us and the notes provided in class. A lot of this might be repetitive, so I do apologize about that. I'm putting the bunny suit to 20,000 next time. I'm putting the bunny suit higher now. We can't have back to back. I guess it isn't back to back. It was Monday, but it's whatever. Okay, sure. Hi Namdo. Hi, welcome. Give me one moment. Ah! there's a voice in the head. I'm going to write down increase. Hold on, actually now that I'm not. Okay, increase bunny suit. Increase bunny suit cost. Alright, it's on my calendar. She's gone? Gone but not forgotten. The issue with this is that I have to resize myself in such a silly way. Hold on. Oh, wrong one. Okay, yeah? Yeah? Or do I keep myself hidden here? It's not good steady posture. Hold on. There you go. Yeah? Yeah. Yeah? It's the stupid ears are so okay, it's whatever. Anyway. Please, no, none of my classmates come in here. Anyway. So one of the first things we're going to talk about is barriers to the utilization of EMRs in the US. So again, EMRs are, I feel like I should have what do you call it, probably jumped around, and I actually might go ahead and do that. Let's go ahead and do that. Sorry, the order of the outline she had provided is actually not the best. I mean, hey, I'll take it. Anything is something, but like, how are we going to define what it is like 6 questions down? So EMRs are electronic medical records. So this is something you've probably have already seen at your recent like doctor's visit, dental visit, healthcare visit, etc. This is something that a lot of clinical professionals use to help document, manage, and monitor care delivery. This is facility or provider based, and this is often again going to include a lot of clinical data. We have the repository, we have the decision support, we have the controlled medical vocabulary, so people aren't making up fake terms or anything like that. It's supposed to be readable for like anyone who is dealing with said patient, you know? You can't do some wacky abbreviation of like, oh, what is this? You know what I mean? It's supposed to be readable for anyone else who's taking over that patient care. We have order entry, we have CPOE, which to be honest, I actually forgot what that stood for, but I know we have the abbreviation somewhere. It has the pharmacy, so their medical list, their medical records, or sorry, the medication list, the medication records, and any specific department clinical documentation application. So that kind of varies again from department to department, whether again you're maybe going for a general wellness check at your PCP or the primary care physician, or if you're going to any kind of rehabilitation like occupational therapy or speech, etc. Well, it may be really confusing at first to be like, okay, what is the difference between a medical and a health record? The health record is more generalized, if that makes sense. It's going to focus on the health of the total patient rather than like maybe a particular like whoever they were seeing at the time. This again is going to go beyond the clinical data in the provider's office. So as just mentioned before, it is a broader view of patient care, and it's built to share information with other providers, because occupational therapists, don't get me wrong, don't necessarily share the same like lingo and logos with like, let's say, dental, you know? But if they could keep in like layman's generalized term of like, hey, this patient can do this and this and this and this, then when another party sees it, they're like, oh, okay, I see. This is their general like maybe function. This is how I could see them as a whole. They're doing good here, they're doing bad here, they had this list of medication here. Okay, I get it. All right, this really paints like a better picture of them. There's something that's going to be emphasized, and maybe you even caught it during the questions, but we want to talk about when we're saying about the electronic health records are the meaningful use, and there's 5 pillars. So the reason why electronic health records are important is for 5 reasons. It is to improve the quality, safety, efficiency, and reduce any health disparities. So basically making sure that everyone who is involved in this person's care, especially when we're talking about interdisciplinary care, so this is involving multiple professions, because maybe again this person has a lot of issues. That's not to say that there's anything wrong with them, but they seek a lot of help from a lot of different people. Maybe they have a heart problem, so they need to see a cardiologist, and make sure that we have the information from the cardiologist in their health record, so when the PCP, the primary care physician, does their checkup, they know how they're doing without having to like necessarily directly interact with the cardiologist unless there's a serious emergency or something urgent coming up. Eric, hi gamer, welcome on in, welcome. Good job finishing your task. I hope the gym yesterday treated you super duper well, or I guess today too works. Yeah, it's to help kind of avoid those gaps in information, especially when we're involving multiple professionals. It's also to engage patients and family in their health, so this is something that they're able to view and witness, and they'll be like, oh my gosh, this is my record, so cool. I know it kind of sounds a little lame, but you know, it's very empowering to have like the health in your hands, because it's very unique. It's very unique that I don't know how to phrase it. I think it's very interesting that even if there are people who have like multiple things wrong with them, they don't really know what it is. It's just like, oh, just go talk to a doctor, basically. And so I always find it really impressive that there are some people who do take the initiative to take care of their health, and they're like, yeah, I know what I have. I have like an atrial septic defect, and it's like, you what? Wow, that's so cool. Not to like infantilize them. Oh my goodness. But like, it's just like, oh, I'm so glad that you know, you don't have to like refer to like something like this, but all the documentation will be in this health record. Improved care coordination, I feel like I went on that a lot. Improved population and public health. I have pelvic health on the mind from that geriatrics assignment, sorry. And then it's going to ensure adequate privacy and security for patient health information, so making sure that they are the ones who access it, and then any involved party that is the medical profession. Snowy, thank you so much for politely looking. I appreciate it. So there you go. There's your difference. If we have to do like a one-sentence summary just for the heck of it, electronic medical records are more specific to like the provider, and it's to help again document and monitor the care delivered at that time for that session, and it's going to have all that clinical data and medical data of the patient, while the health record is more I almost want to say holistic, but we'll try to avoid that word because it wasn't used. It just focuses on the total health of the patient as the general broader view that is more layman's terms, let's say that. So, going back to our first question, so this sounds really cool. Like, hey, why aren't we using this? Many offices now have switched over to doing their records electronically. We will talk about the barriers of why some people haven't, or they're lagging behind, etc., etc. But I'm sure in all our lifetimes, hopefully, maybe not, that maybe you've seen the records. Like, you've seen paper records, you've seen the cabinets of or like the, how do you call it, like the bookcases of like files that some of the medical or doctor's offices used to have. I remember when I was like a baby, I remember like how densely packed like this information files that they had when I was a child going to my doctor, and it was very cool, but you know, it was very probably daunting to be like, yes, can you find my name? Yes, Tipanya, yeah, and last name, yeah, okay. And now you have to look through like all the ends and be like, okay, Tippo, where the heck are you? Rather than now where you could just type up, you know, the first last name. It's like, oh, okay, can you just confirm your date of birth? Because hey, there actually might be multiple people with your same last name, or like John Doe, you know? But yeah, so what are the barriers of adopting this like electronic records? So as you would imagine, costs. People are kind of cheap. I mean, like, why fix what's not broken? So the loss of productivity to try to switch over. So again, that learning curve, and then people could be doing other stuff, but now they have to focus on making these electronic records. There's an annual maintenance cost, and this could be not just because of the program itself, but some of the computers and whatever other technology that clinic may use. There is training involved. Each health record thing is unique and special in its own way, and sometimes again it just does require that learning curve. Also, for barriers, sometimes it's very hard. Maybe you don't really have the right one that works for your systems, you know? So finding the right one can be very difficult, and the reason being, other than like personal preference, it could be that the computer hardware is not compatible with this. And then in addition to using this, maybe sometimes they have to buy like a license, so this is going to be the additional cost of purchasing the right hardware to do this, and getting the licensure and blah 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 blah. So really, TLDR, cost and learning curve for the barriers of electronic medical records and health records. So, Conan says for my OSHA class, changing documentation takes a long time. It does. And then it's not just like, ooh, get to point A to point B. Now we have to transfer all this information from point A to point B. Like, who are we focusing on? Like, especially if it's like a lot of patient information, and then getting the other people informed who are involved in this patient care. Like, hey, we switched systems. Are you still able to access this? Blah, 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 blah. And like, oh. Transitioning to anything new can always be, but transferring from one thing to another, But yeah. So why are we using electronic medical records? And it's kind of like, it does make sense to us, yeah, but like, what got the ball rolling? So in the 1990s, the Institute of Medicine, the IOM, highlights the benefits of electronic medical records, and it's going to help push for a safer, more efficient system in healthcare. Imagine back in my day, no, I'm just kidding, back, in the early 90s, early 2000s, maybe early 2000s, and then earlier than that might be a better way of saying that. A lot of people are using paper files, as I mentioned before, and imagine you have to call up another office, be like, hey, I'm calling about patient John Doe, can you go ahead and let me know who this is and what their records is, and then you have to get someone to be like, okay, one moment, I have to dig through the file, what's your date of birth to make sure I have the right one, and then you have to like skim through all this information. And some people have like packets and packets of files because they have a very extensive medical history, and maybe even like a record with said physician. Like, it's a little miserable. So the IOM, Institute of Medicine, was like, hey, how can we make this more efficient? How can we make this safer to avoid errors? Let's go ahead and push for this. So in 1991, they pretty much issued a report concluding that computer-based records were an essential technology for healthcare, and basically being like, get with the times, hackers. So in 2000s, they came out with an additional report, which is to err is to human, to make mistakes, to err, etc. And it highlighted the need to build a safer healthcare system because, as some of you guys may know, with the upcoming stuff or the stuff that's been happening in today's news related to healthcare, smiley face emoji, smiley face emoji, smiley face emoji, American healthcare is a little hecked up. It's actually really hecked up of how the healthcare system here works in America. And though we have very expensive healthcare, and people are paying hundreds if not thousands a month for decent healthcare to either get approved or denied, etc., America falls very short in the world of like life expectancy and healthcare, etc., etc. But we have the most expensive one, so shouldn't the most expensive be like the best healthcare imaginable? Wrong. Anyway, so in addition to all that and keeping that background in mind, it's crazy to think that though we're trying to get the best healthcare possible, which again, that's not really the correlation, most expensive does not necessarily mean the best, there was about 98,000 preventable deaths each year in the US due to clinical quality issues, which, that's horrifying. That's horrifying to think, like, yeah, almost 100,000 people have died because someone made a whoopsie. And I'm not talking about like a whoopsie like, oh, they did the wrong procedure or intervention, but it's documentation sometimes. Maybe a very common example could be allergies, or they were taking this medication and blah 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 blah. Like, it's very 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 it's only really painful. Yeah, just smile through the pain, buddy. Awooga! Awooga! Thank you, gamer question mark. Conan says, I've been trying to apply for healthcare for a week. The pain is real? Oh, brother. I actually... no, you're good. Yeah, getting healthcare is kind of a pain. I won't lie to you. I won't share my experience too much, but I got denied. So let's just say that. Let's say your girl is like paying out of pocket for whatever. I'm very grateful because there are many others in my situation, so I'm not grateful for that. But there are community clinics and like what I feel like there's another word, low cost clinics, I guess, low cost and or community clinics that are available throughout the US that they will accept people who don't have insurance and they just have to pay out of pocket, you know. And there are free clinics. Some people, there are people who will just cover it for free depending on how much income you make. I don't make, I will be transparent with you guys on how much I make. Last year I made, I think, I said transparent. I'm like, oh, did I make 8 or 9? I think I made 8,000 last year. So if that gives you any idea of like, oh, shouldn't I be qualified for everything? No, I'm not. But that's the life of working part-time, I guess, and then trying to student and then trying to balance it out, you know? Yeah, it makes me think of aviation. Like 90% of all the unfortunate incidents are human factors. Yeah, which is so actually like really sad. Oh, Cubs, give me 1 second. Hold on. Oh, I got so spooked. I'm actually waiting for something, so that's why I'm kind of like, oh, I have to double check, and it's not here yet, so it's fine. Let's go ahead and I'll probably read one more thing, and we are actually hitting our hour mark soon, so we gotta get that 3-minute ad break out of the way, you know? Today the issue is that the site is down. You can't apply or anything. Are you going through the healthcare marketplace? If so, I feel like that's so weird that it's down and so unfortunate. I hope that you're able to access it. I'll keep an eye. I'll have a tab open. I'll just like spam. I'll just tag you. It's open now! It's open! Excuse me. The limits are so crazy low and they were set so many decades ago. Yeah, it is! But I don't know. It's a wacky situation. Anyway. So it wasn't just the IOM or the Institute of Medicine that was pushing for, like, again, the safer healthcare stuff to make the record the more electronical. I feel like I'm making up words today. I'm so sorry. To making the records electronic. Also, this organization, the Healthcare Information and Management Systems Society, the HIMSS, also pushed for the transition from paper documents to electronic medical records into the US. So this is a little off topic. No, yeah, sorry, we have to keep going back and forth, unfortunately, so let's try to do that. So again, 1991, we had the IOM saying that, hey, having technology is going to be, or having these computer-based records are going to be an essential technology. We should do it. And, you know, humans are prone to err. To err is to human. They're going to get mistakes and whatnot. We need to implement these computer-based patient stuffs because in the paper records, people are just flat out making mistakes. And at least with this technology, we have multiple eyes on them, and we can even say like, hey, don't forget to put XYZ in here to make sure that the patient is safe when we do go ahead and treat them. And then we already talked about what the electronic medical records are for and what kind of data they have in them. This was a random slide that I just put in here, so I do apologize. But for health information systems, all computer systems, networks, and data, those systems create and capture using software, provide information and data needed to run an effective and efficient healthcare organization, and health information system managers, just very general managers in this healthcare field. They deal with payroll, they deal with billing, they deal with managing accounts receivable, and they deal with staff scheduling. But because they're not directly a healthcare professional or clinician providing care to a patient, they do not use the patient documentation system. There's really no reason for them to. However, they do have access to these 3 things, and I think we talk about this a little bit later. With patient documentation systems, wrong error. They use computerized provider order entry, the CPOE. They use clinical decision support system, CDSS, and they also use picture archiving and communication systems, or PACS. So they use Sipo, relative of Edgar Allan Poe. They use the CDSS. They use a lot of CDs. And they also use Pac-Man. So that's how I'm gonna remember it. Smiley face emoji. Da-dang! Let's see. Oh, this is also another random slide. I'll just read this to say that I read it, and then we'll go from there. So when we're talking about information and claims management, we have the Medicare administrator contract, or the MAC. This is going to be a what do you call it? A private healthcare insurer who's going to process claims for the Center of Medicare and Medicaid Services, or the CMS, which is a part of the Department of Health and Human Services. This Medicare administrator contractor functions are going to include establishing local coverage decisions based on the CMS rules to the Center of Medicare and Medicaid, making payments to providers, respond to provider inquiries, and do the initial stages of claim review processes. Alright, when we come back, we'll talk about the pros and cons of these electric health records. Yes. Alright, Cubs, I will politely go ahead and BRB. A 3-minute ad break is going to play. We try to do this every hour on the hour-ish. So then when I'm rambling and you Cubs are like, wow, I'm so enthralled with this, you're not hit with like a random ad. This also gives me some time to chug some water as well, stand up and stretch and pet baby pee. So I'll see you Cubs in a little bit. Please use this time to also do the same with taking care of yourself, with standing up and stretching, hydrating, and eating something super duper duper yummy. And I'll be back. Yeah. Alright. See you Cubs soon. Bye. Now, there we go. Thank you so much for your patience. I really do appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. So I know we've yapped already so much. We're on page 4 out of 40. Okay. What? How many pages? 36? Wait, how do you do the math? 36? I'll get you 4 pages an hour. Okay, 36 divided by 4? Okay, we'll be done at this rate in 9 hours. My exam is in 5.5. So we'll go ahead and get the ball rolling in a little bit. But oh my goodness. Patrick, thank you so much for the 5 stream streak. I appreciate the holy amount of stream. Thank you so much for linear times alone. I appreciate it very, 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 very much. And thank you, Conan, for the welcome back. I appreciate it as well. And for the show my appreciation. Look, see! Yippee! Sorry. My voice is kind of gone, so I don't think I can even hit the yippee normally. Yippee! Okay, anyway. Thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the Cup Club. Welcome, welcome. Elmer? Hi, Fouts. Welcome on in. Welcome, welcome. Need to shave about 4 to 5 hours? Yeah, that's how I'm feeling, you know? I think we should kind of speed it up. Thank you for the headband. My eye. Thank you. Yippee! Sorry. I'm happy to have you here. I hope the yippies are going through. Oh well, for the gamers coming in. Sorry, hello, and the gamers coming in. Welcome. We're just going over some notes studying right now. I just like to recite some notes because I feel like if I talk about it, it will stick with me because I could be like, oh yes, I know this information because I told the Cubs this. Yes, I am so smart. But yeah. That is such a small emo. You know, honestly, I should probably resize it, but it's fine. The idea still goes through. Thank you, Conan. Thank you. I forgot I uploaded that. I'm like, huh? Anyway. So, what are some of the pros and cons of the electronic health records? So pros, obviously. I mean, everything has its pros and cons. Again, I'm all for technology and all that, so I'm like, brother, what are the cons? But we'll talk about them. So really, one of the biggest things about having an electronic health record is that it's much broader than the electronic medical record. And again, having this enhanced access to both the care providers and patients is very beneficial. Oh goodness. Anyway, the efficiency, the data in the electronic health records are accessible to many different entities, especially the patients, so they get control of their health and they know what's happening. And again, that data sharing that I had mentioned before, because we are really focused on this interdisciplinary care. As to the cons, adaptation has been like a challenge, of course. Small rural hospitals continue to lag behind just because of the resources provided to them, and maybe even the population provided. And some people really just hate computers. Let's be honest. The resources constraint because of the implementation cost. So, smaller rural hospitals don't have that demand as probably more like densely populated areas do, And really just like the lack of availability. Yeah, this thing sounds cool, but these electronic health record systems are not necessarily free either. So sometimes it can just be due to a lack of funding or resources. And in this case, it's the availability of grants and loans that are going to support this implementation. So we're talking about all these health records and blah 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 blah. So what are some non-health specific information systems? So it's what you would imagine it to be. So for the non-healthcare specifics, we're talking about like very standard like Microsoft Office application. We're talking about Word, we're talking about like spreadsheets, we're talking about email. So think about again, Microsoft Word, Microsoft Sheets, oh goodness, Excel sheets, sorry, and like emails like Microsoft Outlook, etc. Our budgeting systems, our accounting systems for like the profit and loss of said facility, healthcare management, so staffing, scheduling, productivity, performance assessment, benefits, all the things that we're talking about are non-healthcare specific. They're not dealing with like what diagnosis and what treatment, etc., etc. We also include payroll into this, resource management, such as purchasing power that you have of what the facility is purchasing to make, use in the inventory, billing, accounts receivable, accounts payable, and marketing. Now, healthcare related stuff, we already talked about the documentation system of the EMR and the EHR. We've also already talked about these other resources that are accessible to healthcare information technology, healthcare information system managers, which is the CPOE, the CDSS, and the PACS. So I'm going to just zoom through that really quick. This is another thing directly from the lecture about the difference between these two, but we already talked about it. The 5 pillars are so emphasized for whatever reason, so we're just going to talk about them again. So easy. So, meaningful use of the 5 pillars. Again, the reason why we want to implement these electronic health records is to improve quality, safety, efficiency, and reduce the disparities. Oh, honestly, wait. Do you think they were so confusing with its wording? Because maybe they thought this was the 4, but in total, these are the 5 pillars, but these are the 4 use. Whatever. Anyway, so yeah. Quality, safety, efficiency, and reduce health disparities. We want to engage patients and family into their own health, improve care coordination, improve population and public health, and ensure adequate privacy and security for patient health information. So that's going to go ahead and be the resources that, or the meaningful uses we're going to have for this EMR resource. All of it's just to, again, better improve the quality of care that we're going to provide our patients. This is the same thing all over again, baby. So what is in the future of healthcare IT or information technology? So I'm just going to go ahead and read this out, so I do apologize. So many considerations for healthcare managers regarding the future of health information sharing. So number 1, we're going to be focusing on optimizing existing and replacing some of the EHRs. As we're getting more technology, the better we're advancing. The data integrity, so we have the data collected is correct and it's of good quality. We're going to promote safety, so we're going to link with data integrity, so right above. And pretty much what's going to happen is that we want to enforce that all the information in that record is complete. Any missing, incorrect data or codes can lead to medical errors, which kind of goes back to that conversation we're having about the Earth to human, or those 98,000 preventable deaths because of clinical quality issues. Interoperability is the ability for different systems to cross-communicate. So as you know, there's not necessarily a monopoly on like electric medical or health records. So there's just different systems that need to communicate with one another. As long as they have the basis and foundation, great. But how do we get them to make sure that, hey, one person has this system, one person has this, how do they communicate? And that's just something we're going to go ahead and focus on. Our 5th one is going to be cybersecurity. I know that's been like a huge thing. Oh, hold on. Music doko. Music doko. I found you. Okay. So, as you heard, I in several cases, not just healthcare related, but oh, your data's been leaked, or oh, if you purchase something at this let's say Target. I think Target was not like a recent one, but it's one that comes to mind. If you purchase something at Target from this period to this period, your information might be leaked. Sign up for this like lawsuit and you can get like a few dollars back, something like that. In a way that people try to steal your information, in that sense, people also will do the same thing for your health records, and it's an interesting thing to think about. But think about like the personal data that you share with healthcare facilities, like your social security, or oh my gosh, XYZ celebrity is in the hospital, oh my gosh, I wonder what they're for, no one wants to say anything, let me go ahead and hack the system. It's very silly, but that's just something we have to be careful. So cybersecurity is also a big deal when it comes to this electronic stuff with the health records. BYOD. Bring your own device is becoming more commonplace in other industries, and we must consider the above when thinking about allowing healthcare professionals to use personal devices, because it's kind of like, whoopsie, I have access on my phone to this application of celebrities' personal data. Oh my gosh, my friend stole my phone. Are they really my friend? And oh my gosh, they're going through their guys' record. Oh my goodness. You know, it's very silly, but these are real scenarios, unfortunately. Anyway, what's also going to be very important for the healthcare information technology is capturing socioeconomic data in the record, and then the ICD-10 adaptation. So this is not something we really talked about in this class, nor do I really think I talked to you about it, and this is something more of like last semester, very early on. But there's just certain codings that we use that keeps it like very universal and uniformed of like what could be wrong with someone. So let's say like, oh, they're here for low back pain. There's like a code for low back pain. But if you're like, their left leg hurts, it's kind of like, okay, what is the code for that though? And you know, you have to like dig through, and there's like multiple reasons why this person's leg can hurt. You have to pick like the most specific one that aligns with their medical history and what they're telling you during the how do you say it, the assessment, to be like, oh, okay, this person looks like they have a contusion of the left leg, or like, you know, contusion is just a really fancy word to like bruising. It's like, oh, okay, I can deal with that. They fell and there's a contusion, there's a big bruise, okay, may need to refer to like some kind of facility that can do imaging to make sure that there's nothing fractured. Other future stuff of healthcare information technology is e-health and m-health. I'm not gonna lie to you guys, I have not heard of these. I haven't even heard of telemedicine, which sounds crazy. I feel like telehealth is the big thing, and I feel like it gets intertwined with telemedicine. I like to believe that telehealth is telemedicine, but it isn't. There's these obvious distinctions for them, so let's go ahead and talk about that. So, e-health. E-health is electronic health, and it's a transfer of health resources and healthcare by electronic means. So it's actually really cool, but you can actually, if someone recently got like a pacemaker implanted into their chest, into the heart, etc., they can check to see how their pacemaker is doing and like their heart health just by using an application on their phone, which is crazy. From m-health, this is mobile health, so it's the use of mobile technologies for the purpose of healthcare, public health, and health related activities at an individual level. So this is just general like health stuff, like here's some resources that we could do. Here you could keep documentation of stuff like, oh, your blood pressure, your sugar, if you're like, or sorry, your A1C if you're like diabetic, the weight, etc. Telemedicine is the use of technology to deliver care to outlying and inaccessible areas. Like, cubs, I know the US is kind of big and there are obviously like more populated areas, but like think in your head like the most isolated area. Obviously there might not be the most appropriate care provided to that area because there's not really that demand, you know? So telemedicine has been really cool because this is actually using technology. Most people nowadays at least have some form of technology, whether it's like a computer or a phone, etc., and now they can use this to get actual clinical care, and this is going to be very important, especially for those like really outlier towns or like very rural areas where the population is like a few hundred, you know? Telehealth is what I was just talking about earlier. And this is not really delivering care. This is more just providing health-related information from one site to another. It includes educational services, so you could like go ahead and like talk to the patient about like, oh my gosh, this is what you should do, but there's no actual clinical care provided. What I had said above, I put it in a very like cute table, but it's the same thing, so I'm not gonna go ahead and repeat myself. We're going to go ahead and move over to our next thing, and I think these are our last two. And then we'll move to Unit 11. So we're already almost on page 11. Yay! We're zooming! But give me one moment. So sorry. Okay. So healthcare information or informatics and what it entails. So this is actually just a really fancy term just to say that it's the acquiring, the storing, retrieving, and using of healthcare information to foster better collaborations among a patient's various healthcare providers. I feel like, again, this has been emphasized so many times, so I do apologize I did mention that. This can get very repetitive, but it's just the idea of like, it's all one system how can we get a better flow from one provider to the other. This informatics is going to play a critical role in the push towards a healthcare reform. And again, the goal is to improve patient outcomes, enhance healthcare delivery, and support healthcare research through the effectiveness of the information systems. Ta-da! You see how confusing this is? You see telehealth, to deliver healthcare services, communication, education? So confusing. They have that on like the lecture PowerPoint. But again, telehealth, according to the other thing, according to the review guide, said LMAO, it's just to provide like more information. And then medicine is to deliver care. These are just know what the abbreviations are for. Surprisingly, they weren't even in our review, so I do apologize, but it looks like we need to know these 4 abbreviations. The CMC is going to stand for the Centers of Medicare and Medicaid Services. We talked about this earlier actually in a little screenshot of the slide. And this is the federal agency that administers Medicare, Medicaid, and other health insurance programs. The Joint Commission is a The Joint Commission is a non-profit organization that accredits and certifies healthcare organizations to ensure quality and safety. AHA is the American Hospital Association, which is a trade association that represents hospitals in the healthcare system, which is going to go ahead and advocate for policy and healthcare improvements. And then we have the IOM, which we talked about. These are the people who are pushing with the, the electronic medical records, in addition to the HIMSS. I forget what that abbreviation stands for, but just believe me, okay? And that one is going to be part of a national academic of sciences that's going to provide expert advice and research on health and healthcare policies. Yeah. So to sum it up, CMS, Medicare, Medicaid, health insurances, the Joint Commission, Quality and Safety for Healthcare Organizations. This is all like that. AHA is going to represent hospitals and basically making sure that they have those policy improvements instated. And the Institute of Medication is also going to be participating in research and providing that advice of like, hey, we just think this sounds like a good idea, and according to our research, you should just implement it. So easy. This we've actually already read, so we're going to move on to Unit 11, but before we do that, we're going to go ahead and ask ourselves a few of these questions, and we're going to read it, and we're going to be like, okay, this is what it is. Hi Monte, hi Kitsu, hi, welcome! Deliver education, just like you right now! That's me! Hi Gamer, welcome on in, welcome! And Kitsu, hi, welcome! They have bunny ears, does that make her Tipanya? We also got the Tipapyon! Tipapyonya! See? Yeah! However you phrase it, unfortunately, I have these silly ears. But you know, honestly, I know it sounds dumb. This is gonna sound so dumb, please forgive me. I actually really like the bunny suit because, how do you call it? I like the physics of the ears. I'm just like, oh wow! Oh! Anyway. So questions to pursue. So we're gonna go back to a study guide that had like a list of questions. Double ear physics. Right? Thank you, Big Ham, for adding physics to my ears. I could fly if I really wanted to. But yeah, so question number 1. What are healthcare information systems? So basically that's just the accumulation of everything we had talked about when we talked about the EMRs and the EHRs. So how do we differentiate between them? The medical records is more focused on, well, the actual medical care provided to the patient, and the EHR, this is again an error, this is going to be something more broader that's available to the patient and families and other healthcare providers to give a better perspective of said patient. What are some of the challenges? Really, again, it's just time and the resources because of the financial, like, we have to transition from this to this, you know? What is the future of healthcare information systems? So we have to figure out some of the things that we have to be careful of. We have to talk about the existing records already available and how we can transition to probably a resource that's better provided. We could talk about the cybersecurity stuff. We could talk about that bring your own device sort of thing. And I want to really mention one more, but it's not coming to my head right now. So let me see if I could just scroll up really quick. Oh, promoting safety, data integrity. Yeah. So easy as I lose my voice. Nice. But yeah, hi, welcome. So discuss the role that the health informatics play in the push towards the healthcare reform. Well, again, this is unifying all the information that we have provided in these records and making sure there's a cohesion among all the providers, involved in this individual. So again, acquiring, storing, retrieving, and using the healthcare information to foster better collaboration among the patient's various healthcare providers. Hit and the vision. It's gonna be a hit, that's what I can say. This is a repeat question. The impact of hit on healthcare managers. Did we really even talk about? I don't even have the word hit in here. Can we talk about that? Health information technology? Sure. Sorry, I promise you, Cubs, I'm sorry, I'm not trying to blind you. I'm just going back and forth and I'm like, ugh. We didn't really talk about HIPAA, but HIPAA's been beaten to death already in this whole education system I've been in. The meaningful use, pretty much raising the quality. We could talk about the 4 pillars in just a moment. Benefits of the automation, improve quality care, and in organizations. Okay, 4 pillars. Sorry, I promise you. I promise you. I mean very well when I say all this. I'm just okay, done. Okay, tired. Okay, done. Let me go ahead and hydrate though. Thank you so much, Conan. One moment. Oh, I'm so brave. I was putting my water bottle up and I didn't even put the cap. Hold on. Okay. So, the centers of Medicaid, So the 4 meaningful use pillars, yet again, even though there's 5, is improve quality, safety, efficiency, and reduce the healthcare disparities. So quality, safety, efficiency, and reducing these disparities. Engage patients in family and health. Improve care coordination, improve population and public health, and ensure adequate privacy and security for patient health information. Whee! So now let's go ahead and move on to Unit 11. We are how do you call it? We're not halfway there. We're only halfway there until we're done with this. Then we can say we're halfway. But right now we're starting part 2 out of 4. So this is Unit 11. Organizational behavior and management thinking. So let's go ahead and read some of these questions as well. So, critique how the 3 management roles relate to organizational behavior and thinking. Assess the importance of 4 key features of thinking. Cubs, when I tell you this lecture or this unit's very interesting, I mean it in a very yeah, I guess, yeah, I guess someone had to put the aspects of thinking in there. Anyway, 3 common distortions in decision making and how they affect the workplace. Apply techniques to counter negative self-talk and manage emotions. Assess how to develop empathy toward others and manage social motivation. Differentiate different types of bias. And what is dual mode thinking? So it's why do I have to take this course? It's fine. It's whatever. I get it. Some people have never talked to anyone. I get it. Hi, Caleb Gamer. Hi. Welcome. Okay, Socrates, chill. For heck's sake. For real. This class is so... It's fine. It's whatever. You're just gonna vibe? Brother, what a vibe. But yeah, so organizational behaviors. The field of organizational behavior has evolved from the scientific study of management and addresses how individuals should conduct themselves in an organization or work setting. Sure. Dual thinking. Wasn't there something in 1984 like that? Double think? Brother, I haven't thought about 1984 in so long. Let's see. Double think. The acceptance of or mental capacity to accept contrary opinions or beliefs at the same time, especially as a result of a political indoctrination. What's an example? Okay. For instance, the two fictitious countries, Oceania and Eurasia, are at war with each other. The conflict requires the citizens of Oceania to believe that they've always been at war with Eurasia, even though both countries were allies just 4 years before. What is the paradox? To know and not to know, to be conscious of complete truthfulness while telling carefully constructed lies. Wow, is this like the plot of like Oceanico or something? Anyway, sorry. Anyway, so yeah. We'll talk about that, but I actually don't remember seeing that word, so maybe that's just like a very fun objective that they thought like, yeah, it would be cool to add, but let's not talk about it. Like, huh? So, organizational thinking. Understanding how we think is paramount to understanding how organizations think. Organizations are run by people. That's insane. Anyway, healthcare delivery requires technical skills, so these are like actual working with your hands, like manual therapy, exercise, doing physical agents, etc. And we have our soft skills such as thinking, that's crazy, critical thinking, decision making, and problem solving. For our soft skills, we also have the social emotional, so we're talking about interpersonal relationships, teamwork, communication, empathy, self-awareness, and self-discipline. And more organizations are looking for people with stronger soft skills and potential employees. So as long as you're normal and you know how to talk to someone and you understand what your emotions are and understand other people's emotions and understand that other people will not feel the same way as you, you are a strong candidate for employment. I'm such a hater. Anyway. No, you're so good. I can't believe 1984 copied Oceanico. Exactly, this is what I'm thinking. I think we have like a lawsuit on our hands or something. I don't know. Hi, Tazo. Hi, welcome. Organizations are run by people? I know, it's so crazy. Ha ha ha. Hee hee hee. Ho ho ho. Hi, gamer. Welcome on in. Welcome. Oh my goodness. Let's see. You learn so much nowadays, you know? You do. So this is where it gets a little bit more technical, so I do apologize. This is probably the most technical it's gonna get in this whole entire unit. But it's very straightforward, it's just bulky. It's very, very, very stupidly bulky. Blah. So for levels of work behavior in organizations, we want to talk about the role of a manager and the leader and similarities and differences. I feel like the role of a manager and a leader were stuff that, were addressed in Unit 1, so we're just going to really focus more on the managers because that's really what Unit 11 focuses on, to be honest. If you do want to know the difference though, however, out of curiosity, I believe in Unit 1, they're like, wow, leaders are goal setters and they have a dream and the manager stirs the ship. Stirs? Huh? I feel like that's the wrong word. Steers. And it's like, oh, that's crazy. Anyway. So we have 3 roles that the managers play. So they're people of many different hats. 3 hats more particular. So they have an informational hat, a decisional hat, and they have an interpersonal hat. Wow, so crazy. And we'll talk about these in a little bit. Otis says organizations are run by people, except Organization 13, which is run by nobodies. Brother, I can't wait to get started on Kingdom Hearts. I want to know. I want to understand. Anyway, so for the first one, we're going to talk about informational. The informational role, the manager has 3 several job functions within this, or like I guess is that a subcategory? So we have a monitor. So this is their job that they need to monitor to gather information and evidence. They're also a disseminator, which is going to encompass the sharing and exchange of information. I'm sure you have heard of the word like disseminate or like to spread. And then the third one is spokesperson, where information is shared externally to the business unit or organization. So this is all to say, thank you so much for politely liking FTW. But this is all to say informational. It's just to gather information, spread the information, and then talk about the information. Very straightforward as a role for sure. Then we have decisional, which is more entrepreneurship. So this is going to be seeking, new means of innovation, fostering organizational improvement, etc. They're going to also help mediate problems and disagreements as a disturbance handler, because, your coworkers are your coworkers, but it's not like you get along with everyone, So sometimes that's where a manager has to step in, especially if party A and party B are unable to settle their differences. You get a third party involved, and they try to do all this, And then the last one is resource allocation, and that they're responsible for the distribution of resources amongst the department. As mentioned before, again, the managers are going to be the ones steering the ship, so this is one of the key roles of what they do and what they play to make sure the ship does not sink. STW, thank you so much for the self-care checks. Let me go and crack my shoulder blades. Let me squeeze them. Thank you for the hydration as well. Let me go ahead and grab my water bottle right over here. Hold on. Hold on. And thank you so much for the inhalation of air. Let me get a good one in, but let me not like blow your ears off, Cubs. Hold on. Okay, I got it in. Thank you, gamer. Hold on, gamer. Oh wait, actually, hold on. Oh my gosh, I got so scared. You reloaded and it changed? Oh? You don't like it? Wait, let me see. Hold on. Let me see. It's kind of like when YouTube changed, right? I wasn't like a big fan of the difference, and now I'm like, okay. Mine's is still the same though. Oh. Sorry, gamers. You know what isn't working though for me on my chat? My pinned message. What? Hold on, let me refresh. Yeah, my pinned message says on my stream on OBS it gives me the full thing, but on actual stream it just says this stream helps me enforce what I've learned. What a good pinned message. I don't That's whatever. What if I unpin it? Hold on. Unpin. Alright, study. Oh, it does? Wait, that's what you see? Okay, great, because it's not working on my end. As long as you're able to see that monthly big chef kiss. Why is it so glitchy? I'm gonna keep refreshing my own stream until I see these titles on top. I don't know why they would have changed it, to be honest. I really like it on the bottom, but I understand the appeal of why it could be on the top, but until I see it, I'm gonna be like, Anyway, let me go ahead and get back over here. You copied it directly? Good. Again, on my side, looking at Twitch, it didn't work, so I quit, but it's fine. Let's talk about the last role that the manager has. So we talked about informational, we talked about decision. Now let's talk about those fun interpersonal skills. Teehee. Interpersonal skills, it's the responsibility of being a negotiator. So basically making sure that they negotiate, representing the organization's interests in an external environment. The management must lead the organization to achieve desired goals. He or she must be a liaison. What? I actually never had to say this word before. Gosh. Liaison? To develop and foster external relationships, and they should be a figurehead because they're going to be the gold standard for which this organization is measured. Yay! It's glitched out for you too? Brother, Twitch is just fixing their whole system right now. Darn those tricky words. I know, they hate me. So yeah, let's actively recall what we just talked about. So information, decision, and interpersonal, all those are going to be really cool skills. Cool skills for a manager to have, and they each have their own little subcategory of roles to play. So again, a manager is one of many hats that they have to do. And I think that's really straightforward information, and if I need to repeat it, I guess I will later. Liaison? Huh? Sorry. Well, we'll figure out my English pronunciation later, but I do appreciate it. I hope I said it right, and if I didn't say it right, just smile and nod, being like, you're doing great, Tippa, and I'll be like, thank you so much. Liaison. Hey, liaison. Okay, anyway. The 4 key features of thinking. This is crazy. Cubs, we're finally gonna figure out how to think. Is that S-Sheet 1029? Brother. Gamer. Hello. Welcome on in. You just came in at the perfect time to learn about the 4 key features of thinking. Liaison? Oh, there you go. Liaison. You've been asleep for the last several hours? Brother, are you good? Yeah, liaison! Yeah! Thank you. Thank you. Would you look at the time? It's etchy time. How are you feeling, gamer? Why are you not at work? Go work! Just woke up in time to do your Spanish. Exactly. When I woke up, I did my Spanish, so you should too. Sick day? Oh, I'm sorry, gamer. Gamer, do you hear my story? Wait, can we bring up the MS Paint Doodle again? Can I run you through my story? I also think I'm getting sick. Isn't that cool? You'd be like, wow, Tippa, that is so cool. And maybe I like indirectly spread it. My mods are gonna get sick. It's gonna go down the line to the Cubs. I'm sorry. Waking up at 2 p.m. is kind of stinky, but if you're sick, I hope you got the rest that you need, you know? We can all get sick together. Get down with the sickness. Oh yeah, yeah, get down with the sickness. Ooh, ah. That's not how you say that at all. Ooh, ah. But yeah, I was telling the Cubs that I was sick, or I felt like I was gonna get sick because I told them about my gym at the story, my story at the gym. English? It's all the Spanish, Cubs. I'm sorry. I was telling them that I was trying to do a reverse lunge. Right? Don't you love my legs? Anyway. And then, I forgot what I said that. Oh! But I said I couldn't do this intervention, so I had this big brain idea if I do the exercise like this. And then the instructor complimented me, and I just, was like, oh my gosh, thank you so much. But of course, I was still working hard, so when I was talking to her, I was still doing the exercise. And then I inhaled the air that came from this weight into my mouth. So I feel actually really sick. Where are the purple squiggles? Not feeling well. I am not a vibe right now. So yeah, I don't know if I'm sick. But that's all to say. I hope you feel better, SG1029. However you draw it. I hope you feel better. I hope you feel better. That's you in there. Be proud. This is good art. Thank you. I was really focused on these legs, and I'm like, this is what the Aztecs drew. Oh my goodness. Lever, hi gamer. Welcome on in. Welcome. And the spirit of the holidays giving sickness? Brother, don't give anything like that. Can we talk about that? Anyway, I'm sorry, gamer. I hope you rest up. I hope you drink tea. That's what I've been doing. And chicken noodle soup, maybe. I don't know. Like, how are you actually feeling? I'm not a medical doctor, but I don't know what can help. Do you feel like you can eat solid food? Do you just feel exhausted? Are you coughing? I'm gonna give you the world's most generic. Head is pounding, hungry, sleepy. I mean, but I feel like 2 p.m. just does that to you when you wake up. No, I'm just kidding. Alright, gamer. Get up, pee, chug water, take medication. But take medication probably with something in your stomach. And it will go from there. But I do hope you feel a ton better, gamer. Oh my goodness. Sir! Sir, we manifested you. We're literally well. Let's not use we. I guess me though. I was what do you call it? One of the cups had brought up like the points in the cup club, right? And your name was here. Wait, not that one. Wait, how did they do it? Was it a leaderboard? Oh goodness. No, I forget how they did it. No, or was it point? Oh gosh, how did they do the thing? That's so funny. Annette, thank you so much for stopping by. I do appreciate it. Please have a good one. Thank you so much, gamer. Yeah, no, but they showed like the leaderboard. I forget how to do it. Anyway, but if you click the leaderboard link right above, your name pops up as number 3, and I'm like, man, I haven't seen Sir in so long. And then it's like you're here literally the next day. I'm like, that's crazy. I hope you're doing super duper well, gamer. Welcome on in. Welcome. Nothing has changed. I promise this is not my default outfit. I'm just studying for my final tonight, so it truly is what it is. But I hope the what do you call it? Touching grass arc has been treating you super duper well, you know? Can I trouble you for a dollar? Dollar, sorry. I'm never reading messages again. I'm taking a vow of silence right now, Cubs. Anyway, I've been touching grass. It's been helping. Brother, share some of that grass here. What the heck? Hope you've been well and big braiding it up, brother. That's all I do, all the time. It's getting exhausting. I'm tired. I'm getting burnt out. I also need to touch grass. No, but no, seriously, thank you so much, gamer. I appreciate it. Thank you. But yeah, these things are not too big brain, thankfully. But I'm not passionate about admin. What do you mean I need to find out the 4 key features of thinking? Alright, Cubs, I feel like it's been long enough. This is it. This is the secret of thinking. Number 1. I had that! Thank you! You got this? Thank you, gamer! I got this because this is our mental representation. What is the command? What? Wait, is it? Oh, wait, is it that? Wait. Yeah! Thank you, Godan. Thank you. I appreciate it. See, this is exactly what was shown, and I was like, oh my gosh, I haven't seen Sir in a long time. Oh my gosh. Thank you so much, Conan. You are so how do you say it? I feel like is this the right word? I feel like it's not. But I'm like, you're so tech savvy. First with the other bot and now with this bot. I'm so flattered. I'm so honored. Thank you for your help. I appreciate it. Thank you. But yeah, mental representation. So that's the first key of our features of thinking. So it's the idea that our memories contain concepts that organize the knowledge and shape our interpretations. You have the power of Google? Heck. No, I was gonna brute force it until I remembered and be like, yes, quite. This is a concept, yes. Uh-oh. Hold on, Cubs. One moment. Oh, okay. Whew. I was very curious. I got like a little message in my group thing. You know the project that had been happening with the not the geriatrics 30-minute assignment, but I have the same group for another thing. For the admin for the Parkinson's disease stuff. It turns out that we got like 100 for the last part, so I'm very happy and excited to be almost done with this project. But for whatever reason, this professor wants a voiced over PowerPoint. So that's a Friday issue when I'm done with my first and second exam. And I'll be working on that later. Anyway, so yeah, mental representation. Pretty much our memories contain concepts that organize knowledge and shape our interpretations. Number 2, our second key features of thinking is how do we process this information and what are our thinking habits, and this is going to go ahead and involve that dual mode thinking, which hopefully we'll talk a little bit about later because I don't think we ever even defined it in my lecture. When I say later, I guess I might as well do it now, huh? Let's sign. Marvel, thank you so much for politely lurking. I appreciate it. Thank you, gamer. So dual mode thinking is a cognitive psychology framework that describes how people think in two different ways. Whoa. Okay, we are going to talk about it. So I know this is going to sound really silly, but this is actually talking about fast thinking and slow thinking. Yeah, don't talk to me about it until we get there. I'm like, ugh. Our third key is going to be decision making and problem solving. So it's recognizing and understanding the decision situation and determining a course of action. And then our fourth one is going to be how do you say it? The social cognition and social emotional intelligence. So this is our attributions, a common bias, and we'll talk about a lot of biases in a little bit, and the emotional intelligence that one has. So again, repetition. Our four key things of thinking: mental representation, process information, decision making, and then our social and social emotional intelligence. Yay! Hi Double, hi, welcome. Hope the studying's going well. Oh, it's we're on page 12 out of 40. We're going so well, gamer. But thank you so much for the well wishes. Thank you for what do you call it? Wishing it to be well, because I hope it is, and it is. We just need to get through it. But yeah, your book is missing the panic part of thinking. Yeah, it's a cursor. You? It's me. I have a little cursor. It's me. Can you see it? I had it available in my shop, but I was dumb and I need to have it in a more permanent place. Actually, hold on. I'm writing that in the list. Shop. Ta-da. I had put it in the shop when we opened merch for the 4 years stuff, and I meant to put it on like a Ko-fi or anything like that, or just reopen the shop with just that in, but to change the message. But I haven't looked at the shop since I shipped out everything, so I do apologize. But it's a free download thing. I was just so happy to get it because I'm like, oh, it's so cute. Panic, too fast thinking. Anxiety, slow, too much thinking. Yeah, I'm pretty sure you got it like spot on. The only thing though, kinda not really, I think with the slow process they're more focused, at least in this lecture, not to be like, oh sorry, actually, but they're talking about like slowing down your brain to avoid like biases and making sure the situation is like well thought out. With my anxiety, I make sure it's well thought out, and I think of all the pros and cons that my decision will lead me to, and then I hope I make the right decision, and then I know I'm really bad at 50-50, but that's a thing. Anyway, but we'll talk about fast and slow thinking in just a little bit. But yeah, let's talk about decision making distortion. So we talked about our four key features of thinking: the mental representation, process information, decision making, social cognition. But some things that distort our thinking are biases. I'm not really cool enough to the terms. I think like in like K-pop culture, people will be like, this is my bias, which I have a very big idea what that means. Like that's like your Oshi or whatnot. But biases in this kind of thing is how do you call it? You kind of base your decision off factors. Well, let me just read the paragraph. Let me not define biases. Biased decision making involves using inferences about the qualities or traits a person possesses and basing the decision upon those factors, opposed to concrete information to support the conclusion. So we have different types of biases. So we have the affinity bias, so it's favoring others because we like them. So silly. It's like, oh, no, I won't use this IRL example, but in recent news, as you guys may be aware, there's someone who is considered a bad person because they have obviously done something that is bad, but people are like, oh, but look at them, they're one of us. they got to see Wicked, so they're cool in my book. We also have a bias of those who are similar to me. So similar to me bias is literally favoring those we see being like us. Like, oh my goodness, that's the fellow weeb over there. They're just like me, for real. They like anime? So for real. I can't wait to be friends with them. We have in-group bias, so it's making a, how do you say it? A positive judgment based on others who belong in the same social group as we belong to. It's like, oh no, Freddy Fazbear would never do that. What are you talking about? Like, we're all in the same group. We all hang out. We have similar traits. He would never do the bite of 87. I don't know if Five Nights at Freddy's lore. But those are pretty straightforward. And the halo effect is really interesting. So, may be very similar, a similar example to what we just said for the infinity bias. But the halo effect, this is how it defines it, and I think I had like a better definition right below. But it is the positive or negative information about others on one dimension that's going to cloud our judgment about them on a different dimension. So what does this mean? Great question. So the halo effect makes snap judgments based on a single aspect of a person or a thing. For example, someone might assume that a physically attractive person is also kind, intelligent, and sociable. This halo effect can lead to poor decision making because it clouds judgment and prevents people from considering all the facts. Just because you think this person is really cool, like let's say this, oh my gosh, a fellow weeb, they're just like me for real, they probably also have good taste in anime, but then you have this conversation, you're like, oh, they do not have the same taste. I have to stay away from them. Something like that. Some applicable example for sure. So unfortunately, we do have a thing called a biased blind spot, where we believe others are more influenced by biases than we are. It's the idea of like, I'm a very objective person. Biases don't influence me. They influence more this person A, or person B, or person C, but we're still being influenced by bias. It's just like, oh, no. Yeah, sure, maybe, but like this person is like worse off than I am, you know? It's not a halo effect. Anyone who lives has to be objectively good. Yeah, but what is that objective measure? Good as in kind and friendly, or good because they could like bench 200? Oh my goodness. I guess in my personal experience, I haven't met a bad person who has lifted. Yes? Ah. Anyway, so we're gonna move on to... You know, I didn't actually get the way of how to say this word, so you'll have to forgive me as I go on Google. How to say this? Is it heretics?
Heuristics.
Heuristics?
Heuristics.
Heuristics. Okay. So we have heuristics here, which are... they're kind of interesting. Heuristics. Thank you! I'm just like, I've never seen this word before. I'm sorry. Not even in my reading. Normally I could be like, oh, I don't know how to say this word, but I've seen it a lot. No, I've never seen this word before. Heretics! Yeah, that's what I thought it said. Or if I like squint. Ah, yeah. Hercules. Yeah. But for heretics, it's cognitive shortcuts that simplify thinking and can cause bias. So we have some heretics that are availability or familiarity. So for the availability, heretics. Sure. This is judging the importance of information because of easy to call examples. So you're kind of like, what is a good example? Judging the importance of info because easy to recall examples. You don't look outside of the examples that you already know from the top of your head. It's like you're not really looking at it in a very objective manner. While familiarity is judging an unknown quality of something based on being familiar with the term or thing itself. Like, what's a good example? Oh, I know streamers. VTubers. VTubers bad. I don't know. Maybe that's not the best example. But yeah, something like that. But it's just another way or another like branch of biases and why it's important not to make biases, because this leads to the decision-making distortions, which are going to affect our 4 keys of thinking. Now that we sum that all up. Oh, see, we do have dual mode. Brother, I don't remember writing about this. I definitely did not see any notes about countering negative self-talk and managing emotions. But I do hope that we all have the social intelligence to do that. And if you're hard on yourself, don't. Don't be hard on yourself. Please. I don't know. It's very hard because I think very normal for everyone to, well, maybe, let me not assume for the whole group. I think it's very normal to have like negative self-talk. I think when growing up, especially when you're like just becoming like a teenager, you're like, oh my gosh, my self-esteem and this and that, and how that impacts you as you grow up. But I feel like, you know, the more years you have like under your belt, you kind of grow out of that kind of self-talk, and you develop more of a better basis for your social intelligence to be not too hard on yourself, and understanding what you're worth, and etc, and having that self-respect and highest self-esteem for yourself, you know. But what do I know? I'm not a psychologist, I'm sorry. Anyway, so dual mode thinking. So we have, again, the fast or automatic or slow. Self-reflection and awareness helps. Yeah, it really does. Kind of having that little journey with yourself, a little journal as well, can be very beneficial for the long run. Oh shoot, Cubs, guess what? We're already hitting another hour of stream. Let's go! So we're gonna go ahead and get this silly 3-minute ad break out of the way, okay? Okay. I will see you, Cubs, in 3 minutes, so please feel free to use this time to stand up and stretch, hydrate, and eat and drink something super duper duper yummy, and we'll come back to our fast, slow, or dual thinking in just a moment, okay? Okay. I see you, Cubs. And a little bit. Alley-oop. Da-da, da-da, da-da. Yeah. I'm glad that timed out really well with the BRB music. I'm like, oh, it's finishing? Teehee, haha, so cool. But thank you so much for the welcome back. Thank you guys also for your patience for the 3-minute, 30-second ad break. Yeah. Let's go ahead and continue on with our study guide. So last time we were just talking about the 4 key processes of thinking, and we're already page 14 out of 40. Let's go! So with that in mind, we're gonna go ahead and do this, and I think sorry, don't look away. We have about 10 more pages of this unit, and then we're gonna be at the halfway point, so that's really cool and exciting, and love to hear it, you know? Thank you so much for the welcome back. Thank you, Calmers. Calmers? Anyway, so let's get started. So the fast thinking, the slow thinking, thinking itself, we need to develop ways that overcome innate habits that undermine deliberate thinking. So for our fast thinking, it's our automatic mode. It's fast, it's unconscious, it's easy, and it uses intuition. It's like, oh, okay, like making those like really quick snap judgments. Unconsciously though, however, when you think this way, you inject beliefs, biases, and preconceptions into your thought processes. Well, the opposite end, we have slow thinking. This is more deliberate thinking, slow, conscious, controlled, effortful, and it uses reasoning, often unaware of the automatic mode's input and impact. So I have a little chart right here to kind of further explain it. It's pretty straightforward, so please excuse me. But some examples, it's like routine tasks, like fixing a sandwich or driving. Driving, and some other actions or instinctive actions like hitting the brakes or catching someone falling. Like, you don't have to think about it. Like, this person is about to fall. What should I do? You know, it's just like, oh gosh, that's someone's falling. Let me go ahead and do that really fast, or like try to catch them. You look good today. Thank you. I look good every day. This is what we're talking about, Cubs. The self-esteem building. Believe until you can achieve. Jam, hi, welcome back, gamer. Gamer, when are you joining the Discord so we can learn Spanish together? So it's right here, buddy. I'm gonna type it up to ya. Gamer instincts at work? Yeah, exactly. So gaming. Fun bearcat school fact about skincare? Everyone's skin is different. You can have normal, combination, or oily, or sorry, dry, normal, combination, or oily. I am not a skincare expert by whatever means. For oily, find products for oily. Oh brother, my fun bearcat school facts go more like, what are the layers of your skin? More like, oh, come, let's get sunburnt. That's the mnemonic that you use for the layers of your skin. What does the C stand for? Come, let's lucidum. Come, let's get granular or something like that. Sure. Sun, straight on. B, the basilar. There you go. Those are your 5 layers of your skin. I know that's not what you asked for, but I don't know how to really ask the question or answer the question about skincare. Sorry. Oh my goodness. So yeah, so that's fast thinking. While slow thinking, again, it's like solving a problem, making thoughtful decisions, planning, or clinical reasoning. Obviously, as you can see, both have their give or take. So for strengths, fast thinking is good because it's very efficient, especially for a routine task. You're able to handle large volumes of stimuli, and that, you know, it enables an instinctive reaction. While slow thinking is good for, again, complex systems and complex thinking, supports focused problems, problem solving, and goal achievement. The weaknesses is that maybe making snap judgments isn't the greatest thing. You know, maybe you should think about it. Especially, let's say, like, there's a decision and it's like, this decision is going to change the rest of your life. And you're like, okay. And it's like, whoa, brother, the pros and cons. Can we think about it for a little bit? Let's do some slow thinking, intense focus, and attention to the details that are, you know, provided to make sure that we're doing the right decision that works, you know, best for us as an individual. But I won't focus on these. But overall importance is that fast thinking is going to allow for day-to-day functioning to be possible and efficient. Because imagine all day you're like, I'm slow thinking. And it's like, oh, buddy. Well, slow thinking, again, it's good for your reasoning, solving complex issues, and achieving the goals that you have. So the really cool thing as us as humans, and me as a bearcat, is that we have dual task thinking. Or not dual task. Is it dual task? Dual mode, not task, sorry. Dual mode thinking. And so we're able to do either one or the other. It's not just give or take, sorry, one and done. But yeah, effective functioning in society requires the interplay between both systems of fast and slow. So easy! Alright, so let's talk about the application of organizational behavior in a healthcare setting. So organizational behavior, I know might be a little late in the unit as we're in question 6, but this is a study of how people behave at work and why. And this is going to include its stuff from psychology, social psychology, industrial psychology, sociology, communication, anthropology, and neuroscience. Anthropology. Oh gosh, sorry. Anyway, so the 3 levels of these organization behaviors can be seen at the individual, group, or organizational. Again, this is a study of how people behave at work at why. So at level 1, when we're talking about individual, we're talking about understanding the behaviors of an individual employee and what promotes them. I feel like I had more details, yeah. And we'll talk about that in a little bit. The second one is the group level, so this is understanding behaviors of departments or teams. And the third one is going to be organizational. So for organizational, we have the understanding of how departments and teams behave with one another. So then we're going ahead in more detail in just a little bit. Let's see. Hata also asked for a fun Bearcat school fact. Oh, Cubs, you got me sweating here. Hold on. Which of the 2 modes of thinking gives more stonks in the neuroplasticity department, if one is better than the other or at all? So I'll preface it by saying this. I am just a student. The following is just my opinion of what I know and whatever. So I think more for neuroplasticity, it doesn't matter whether you pick fast or slow. It's more the idea of you do the thing that you need to do. Does that make sense? We talked about it several times over about the principles of neuroplasticity, and it was the ideas of or concepts of more like use it or lose it, time matters, age matters, etc. I feel like it's more action based, if that makes sense. Here we could pull up the principles really quick. Let's see. Can I put it here? Let's see. Yeah. So we typically, or in the reference that we were using, neuroplasticity was like after an injury, especially again because this was all neuroscience based. We were talking about this more for like after a stroke. So if you're not familiar with stroke, what happens is that there's normally the outcome of a stroke basically is that normally one side of the body gets affected, so they're not able to use, let's say if they had a stroke on the right side, they're not able to use their like left arm or left leg. And so we want to go ahead and emphasize that though we may not get them to full function after a stroke, we want to get them at a functional level, which is why we need these 10 principles of neuroplasticity. Use it or lose it is a very common thing. I hope I'm making the right assumption by saying it's also Wolff's Law. Sorry, teachers and professors, please forgive me. Anyway, but it's the idea of like, oh, my left hand, I'm unable to use it. Well, if you're unable to use it, we should still work on trying to get it done so we get those neurons firing of like, yes, I can still use my left arm. Yes, I know it may not be as good as my unaffected or my right side, but I can still use it, and getting little motions little by little. So then that goes to the use it to improve it. The salience, which is the idea of like you should incorporate it for like the hobbies and whatever, or things that are relevant for that patient. Like, oh, you do a lot of overhead reaching because you're very passionate about shelves. Well, let's go ahead and keep doing these overhead activities so you can continue on with your hobby. Repetition's important. Intensity is also really important because, how do you call it? You really won't, as it says here, you won't see much of a difference if you don't challenge yourself. The specificity, I feel like I'm saying this wrong. Specific. Guys. Anyway, keeping it specific. The age, again, I know this is very unfortunate, but it doesn't impact me as a forever 17-year-old, is that the younger you are, the more likely you are to grasp something, basically. While older, not as fast in comparison. Time is going to be very important, putting the time and effort in getting these therapy sessions. The transference, so again, grabbing the cookies from the cookie jar. It does relate to the salience because maybe you're very passionate about these cookies in these jars. But the transference of, yes, we're reaching the top shelf for this cone, to go ahead and simulate that we're reaching for that cooking jar. And interference basically is kind of wacky. I will just go ahead and read this paragraph, but neuroplasticity means that the brain is always learning, but it doesn't know the difference between good or bad maladaptive habits or practicing the wrong things, because if you do that, you may make the changes that you don't want to see. So, how do you say it? When you have a stroke and you're trying to get dressed and you decide, hey, I'm really not going to use this left side, your brain is going to be like, oh, I'm going to focus on all my power of getting my right side better because I don't even know what my left is anymore. And having that maladaptive practice will never get you better. And honestly, it's just really not functional. Tweeter is fine. They just probably give stonks in different parts of the brain and the amount of stonks, if any at all, depending on how you use it exactly. Yeah. I could say that is our safe answer. Yeah, neuroplasticity, yeah. But yeah, again, TLDR that, but fast and slow thinking I don't think will impact neuroplasticity. It's just getting you to think about doing it, and you doing it will be very good and to reaching your goals. Thank you, Gamer, for the question. I appreciate it. I love a little refresher. Thank you. No, thank you, brother. Anyway, so individual thinking or individual levels when it comes to organizational behaviors. So yes, individual can be like you, just like you at work or whatever. And pretty much the individual levels are going to help managers understand how assumptions, perceptions, and personality is going to influence work behavior, motivation, and other important work outcomes, such as satisfaction, commitment, learning, and other factors responsible for outcomes such as 1. A person's job satisfaction, because if someone likes their job, they're more likely going to stay. The level of commitment for their organization kind of goes hand in hand with 1. Person will probably commit more to the organization if they like the organization, they like their job. And really the third one is the potential for learning, making it in a sense of, hey, this person is able to grow in this corporation, they're able to learn this and that, and maybe they can move on up and stay in the company and blah 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 blah. For group level organization, this is just to provide challenges of leadership, teamwork, decision making, power, and conflict. So this is just kind of seeing the behavior of how people interact with one another in a group setting or in the work setting. And the collective organization behavior is also known as organization theory. As management begins to evaluate behavior at this level, they look at the organization as a whole, and it's a much larger dynamic as you would imagine the individual or group. But the administration is going to learn how to organize work, structure, and authority, as well as dealing with power relationships, how to design the organization system for decision making and control. Human resources is definitely something to address to make sure that everyone is satisfied. And human resources is addressed with design applications centered around staffing plans, development, and implementation of training programs. Big smiley face emoji. So here's a little chart that I don't necessarily need to know, but this is just the evolving of why the science of organization behavior is important. So first I start off with the industrial science, then we went with more administrative, then bureaucracy, human relationships, and then we went to go ahead with the newest one that we have with the human cognition complexity theory. So we talked about our hard skills and our soft skills when we were first introducing this unit with the organization stuff. So just to go ahead and reiterate with some of those aspects, we want to talk about our soft skills, our interpersonal skills. And interpersonal is just a very fancy way of saying the ability to interact with with other teammates, more than one, the organization members and the customers involved in this. Teamwork, I know this is crazy, grad school level stuff. Teamwork is the group of individuals working towards a common goal. Empathy is the sensitivity to the emotional state of others. So it's you knowing it, but cognitive empathy is knowing and understanding another's perspective. So again, not everyone's going to feel the same way you feel. You feel upset about something? Well, that doesn't bother John Doe, so sorry. Or John Smith, sorry, whatever. Anyway, we have self-awareness, so it's the idea and the ability to understand one's current state and how it may be affecting others. Big smiley face emoji. And self-discipline. It's the ability to avoid impulse reactions and decisions. So basically making sure you're doing something that is not too hectic. I talked about self-discipline a few times before, and I think the most recent one was like, hey Cubs, I need to make sure I study before we do this VR chat session, because knowing me, I will just have VR chat to be like the whole stream when I actually should be studying. So tee haha, oh. So what about thinking? So these are all social emotional stuff. What about the thinking stuff? So we have our 5 dimensions of thinking skills. So these actually kind of overlap with, and you might hear some similarities for the 4 keys of thinking. So our 5 dimensions of thinking is critical thinking, very important. It's to identify and test assumptions from multiple perspectives. So, incorporating that, not just your own. The second dimension is reasoning, and this is logical thinking to establish a foundation for forming a conclusion or judgment. 3, problem solving, taking time to answer the what if scenarios presented by each alternative. Number 4 is decision making, the ability to make conclusions regarding the benefits and consequences of each alternative. And then number 5 is the mental flexibility. This is going to be the ability to adapt one's thinking process to ensure a person does not get stuck in their ways. So let's go ahead and read these out again. Critical thinking, reasoning, problem solving, decision making, and mental flexibility. So with that, let's talk about some rational versus non-rational thinking. So when we talk about rational thinking is normally a concept that considers the relevant variables of a situation to assess, organize, and analyze relevant information, so facts, opinions, judgments, and data, to arrive at a sound conclusion. While non-rational, it sounds bad, but it's just that the brain doesn't engage in constant deliberation. It's very human thinking. I'm sure as you Cubs have seen in these fun psychological movies where it's like, we want the perfect society. Oh no, we can never have a perfect society because to err is to human, to make mistakes is human, and to be not rational is, well, human. So non-rational, as much as we want to automatically assume that, oh, this is bad, it's not bad, nor is it illogical. It just lacks that very conscious, intentional deliberation. And having non-rational thinking kind of goes hand with that fast and slow thinking that we talked about earlier, where fast isn't really bad either, and this can go more hand in hand with that fast thinking because it's going to be normal and necessary to handle a large amount of information. Again, sometimes we need those like snap fast judgments just to go on with our daily lives, because sitting on and thinking about what to eat for breakfast is kind of like, oh goodness, it's just the idea of like, I just need to eat something, let's just grab something, whatever's the quickest thing really quick. Here's a fancy table about what is rational and non-rational. So rational, again, active and conscious, while non-rational is without active deliberation. The primary focus of rational thinking is that it's logical, it's for problem solving and decision making, while non-rational is pretty much a coping with and processing vast amount of information effectively. Key obstacles with rational thinking is that, of course, it's going to require some time, and you might be influenced by the non-rational process. Well, the non-rational is going to be influenced by stuff that we talked about earlier, assumptions, those biases like the similar to me or the infinity or the halo effect, perceptions, mental shortcuts, mental habits, preconceptions, and hidden thinking. We also have its strengths and its weaknesses, as you can imagine, right? Similar to fast and slow, but our main takeaway that we want to do is that rational thinking is good for complex thinking, planning, and solving complex issues, while non-rational is good for routine tasks and processing daily stimuli without the overload. So, let's talk about mindsets now! Wow, mind explosion technique, or emoji. Sorry, not technique. Oh gosh, don't implement that with anyone, please. Please! But mindsets are very important when we're talking about thinking because they pretty much go hand in hand. But this is pretty straightforward information when we talk about a growth mindset and a fixed mindset. So on the left, we have a growth mindset. So this is the belief that the intelligence and abilities can be changed and actually could be even developed even further. People who have a growth mindset value learning and they're resilient when challenged. So maybe you've gone through this before as well, unfortunately or fortunately, or know someone who's like this. But when someone tries something new, and this is probably getting ahead of myself with the fixed mindset, but they're very hesitant to try something new. They're like, I'm not going to be good at it. I just want to do something that, I'm good at, and that's what I want to do. I don't want to be challenged. You've probably been in that position, or you know someone else who has been in that position. But finally, when you get them to try something and they reach like a barrier, an obstacle, a challenge, they give up. That is not a growth mindset. A growth mindset, again, is going to be someone who's like, yeah, this sucks, but I'll get through this. We'll see how we can get around this. So the growth can be attained through learning, practice, and hard work. So yay. Hold on, Cubs, let's get our music back again. It's been another hour. I have it on loop, but there's like a small gap of time in the back, and I'm like, oh gosh darn it. Actually, let's also hear this. Okay, this one's fine. Let me make sure it's looped, and we'll get back over here. So our fixed mindset is that the belief that the intelligence and abilities cannot be changed or cannot be developed. The person avoids risks of failure and blocks one's own growth, which is very sad. With a fixed mindset, individuals believe that the intelligence and abilities are stable and unfortunately cannot be cultivated or increased. So again, person is afraid of failure, and don't get me wrong, that's a very normal human thing. No one wants to fail, no one wants to be scolded, no one wants to do anything, but how would you ever know if you're good or bad at something if you never take the risk to try something? And that's why it's very important. I feel like I'm advocating, but I just think it's very important for Cubs to try stuff. I think it's very important to have that growth mindset to, I don't know, have a higher satisfaction in life, smiley face emoji. Anyway, so if you're kind of like, oh, Tippa, I'm more here, I'm afraid of failure. According to my textbook, smiley face emoji, here are 4 steps on how to change a fixed mindset. So 1, be aware. I know that's crazy, but I'm a huge advocate of this as well, where if you know a problem, the only way to change is to recognize that you have a problem, basically. So being aware that, hey, this is something that I noticed that I am doing, it's like, cool, now that you've acknowledged it, how can we change it for the better? The second one is to recognize that you have a choice. I know that's also crazy, but you have the choice to change. You're not stuck behind anything. No one's forcing you to stay in this fixed mindset. You have the option to, hey, I'll humor this and see where it goes. Number 3 is to see the positives, again, because you're like, oh wow, I was afraid of doing this, but now I realized I'm so good at it. Whoa, crazy example for a positive. And then the 4th one is to grow and learn. And then there you go, you grow and learn as a person, and as I mentioned earlier, I feel like you just get a higher satisfaction with life that way. So, processing information, let's talk about attention, perception, etc. We have several thinking processes. We have... I don't think I wrote it in this order though. So that's why I'm like hesitant. I'm like, oh, sorry, Cubs. Maybe we'll talk about it in this order? No, but I feel like we should read this off. Alright. So, processing information. We have attention and perception. We have cognitive evaluation. We have cognitive consistency. And we have resulting behaviors and actions. So let's talk about this graph and then we'll rinse and repeat when we talk about the paragraphs down below. So when we're processing information as an individual, we think about the resulting behaviors and action. This could be from the individual, yourself, the group, and the collective levels. Cognitive consistency is going to be integrate by assessing a fit with existing ideas and beliefs. The cognitive evaluation is going to help organize and categorize information. And the attention and perception, that's going to be the notice, the acquiring, and the retaining, and the recalling of information. So the thinking process, according to my resource that I got, and it was in this order, so I'm kind of like, okay, is number 1, attention and perception. So attention is the automatic cognitive, so your big brain, process of noticing and focusing of stimuli. While perception is going to be the same thing, but it's the acquiring of the information. So the attention is, hey, I noticed I heard a sound here. Huh? And you look over there. And your perception is, oh, that's just baby P's trying to get in, you know? Oh, I have my door closed. Oh, she's trying to get in. That kind of stuff. And having that perception is very important because it's a very conscious effort. It is an integral role because it makes sense of the situation at hand, and that's going to drive our attitude and attributes and rationalize why these things are happening and the behaviors, which we'll talk about more in detail in a little bit. Now, unfortunately, perspective is important, but you can have this thing called selective perception. So this is going to be the unconscious filter by preconceptions, experiences, and situational cues. And unfortunately, because of this, you're going to have that reinforced bias. It's going to be the idea of like, oh, it's whatever. I've had a similar experience before, so we're just going to do this kind of thing. When, again, you should always capture all the facts and all the information before making like an assumption about a situation. Number 2, I have cognitive evaluation. So your brain is going to judge the process to mentally organize and classify some of the new information that you are receiving. Our third one is going to be cognitive consistency. So it's going to be integrating new information by comparing it to prior knowledge and deciding how well it fits into the existing knowledge and beliefs that you already have. So just making sure it's consistent or up to par to what you already believe. And then the last one is going to be the resulting behaviors and action. So this is going to be reactions that are going to vary across individuals due to differences in underlying mental representations and preconceptions. And again, this has already been mentioned, but this is going to occur in the individual, the group, and the collective levels. So I have a little bit more here, but just understanding that the reactions are going to vary due to the differences, and that the behaviors are going to take place as a result of perceiving, evaluating, and checking the consistency, as we had just mentioned before, when we are assessing the situation. The processing of information is conducted across these levels or stages in the context of our own underlying mental representation and preconceptions. We already talked about these, so we're going to scroll along. One moment. So we have more biases right here. There's actually a few more we didn't get to talk about earlier. So the 2 basic forms of biases that we have to categorize into category A or B, category 1 or 2, is that we have an explicit bias. So this is something, explicit bias over prejudice, in which the actor is consciously aware of stereotyping or discrimination. So they're aware of what they're doing. While the actor is consciously aware, while the implicit is the opposite, where it's more subtle, and they're unaware that they're making the stereotyping. They're just like, oh, sure. So let me see. they have a social categorization chart that I'll just go ahead and read really quick. We have a stereotype, which is a generalized cognitive belief about the expected attributes of an individual who belongs to a group. There's prejudice, which is holding certain emotional attributes towards a social group. Discrimination is behaving differently towards or treating members of a group differently. Explicit bias, again, is overt prejudice in which the actor is consciously aware of the stereotype via discrimination. And now we have the implicit, where it's more subtle. It's unconscious prejudice towards others, which is hidden from its direct awareness. Now, the other biases we have talked about before, so we'll work our way upside down, is the in-group bias, where it's making positive judgments about someone who belongs to the same social group. We have the similar to me, favoring those who we see who are just like us. Affinity, favoring others because we like them. And here are the two other new biases. So we have an overconfidence bias, which is a little wacky. I was trying to look up an example and I'm like, oh, okay, this is a good example. Overconfidence bias is overestimating your own confidence in your own judgment. So unfortunately with this, you underestimate the risk. So let me read this and then I'll go with the example. So you're acting upon the opinion of intuition when searching or using proven information. So overestimating your own confidence. An example I saw about overconfidence bias is someone who's like, I'm so good at driving. I've been driving for the past 50 years. I've never gotten into an accident. So I've been speeding. I've been doing this. I've been doing that. Never gotten into an accident. So it's whatever. I can keep doing this, right? Well, no. You're just very lucky. That doesn't make you a safe driver. You're putting other people at risk who are also not familiar with your driving, and underestimating those risks is like I feel like it's offensive. Honestly, it's a huge offense. Don't do that, Cubs. Don't do it. Our new bias is going to be the confirmation bias, and it's noticing and placing more emphasis on information that agrees with our existing belief. You're kind of like, I already knew that. It's fine. I'm getting a head pat. Thank you so much. Hi, Zeb. Hi, welcome. Welcome. But it's just like, I already knew that, you know? And it's just like, wait. You knew that, but is it the correct information to know? It's a little bit wacky. I won the lottery! Invest lottery tickets! I mean, I feel like, what is that? Is this the appropriate fallacy? Like gambler's fallacy? You already put so much to winning the lotto that it's just like, what's a few more? You know, the odds are with ya. I mean, you already won once. What's another lottery win, you know? Ooh, I won $5. Ooh, the holy amount. So cool. You want to wear a seatbelt? Are you saying I'm a bad driver? Oh, no. Hi, Cryptos. Hi, welcome, gamer. Welcome. Alright, gamers, guess what? We're on Unit 12. Let's go! So we're going to go ahead and look at these questions again really quick, just to emphasize what we had talked about, to kind of summarize. But first, I'm going to go ahead and drink some of my tea. My hot tea has a little bit of... my cup has a little bit of tea left, which is probably cold by now, but it's going to be very sweet. It has the sweet cream in it. I'm just going to chug it really quick. One moment. It hasn't become icy, has it? Oh gosh, it's not that cold in Bearcat Mountain. Little ice particles are like forming. But I'm like, oh, I should probably drink the rest of this. I like looked at it when I came back from break because I was like, oh, it has milk in it and you don't want to leave that milk out like that. Plus, it's also super tasty. I should drink all of it. I think during the next break, I'll make more tea. Third cup of tea, please. I'm gonna get through these tea bags somehow, some way before they get bad. But yeah, progress, come! We're on page 23 out of 40, so... Yay, I am so happy, so excited. You know what, Cubs? I'm actually feeling a little peckish right now. And part of me is like, is it really cheating if I go ahead and take a break now? I'll be strong. I'll be strong at least for this section, and then afterwards I'll go ahead and complain. I won't be strong then. But I will take this moment to complain that I went grocery shopping yesterday and I was so excited because I saw that there was like on sale applesauce. I'm like, oh, I haven't had applesauce in forever. I'm so excited. And I saw there was strawberry applesauce and I'm like, oh, I haven't had strawberry applesauce in so long. And then, you know, I'm putting things away. It's whatever. And this morning I already had an applesauce, but I was so disappointed to figure out that it was the cinnamon applesauce, which, I mean, I like cinnamon, it's fine, but I was so hyped up about the strawberry one that I was like, aw. What do you mean this isn't it? Huh? You can make it to the hour mark, then you can get cookies or the equivalent reward? But what if I say my sugar is going low and I can feel it? I can make it, it's fine. I'll do it. I'll try until I can't. Yeah, let's talk about these questions that we had already done. So let's critique the 3 management roles and how they relate to organizational behavior and thinking. So the 3 management roles again were interpersonal. I'm working backwards, sorry. Decisional. And I don't know what the first one was called, but it's like dealing with information, yeah? And then they have its own little separate roles where the information is to acquire information, spread information, and to provide information to associated parties. Yeah? Hold on. Excuse me. Oh my goodness. What a weird hiccup. Number 2. The second one was decision. So it was like making the decisions for like co-workers, like maybe if they got into an argument, and making a decision for like the organization as a whole. And the third one was interpersonal, where you're a cool guy, you're just a chill guy, and you're making decisions that are going to be representative of the company because that's what you are. Now that doesn't sound really confident, so I'm going to go ahead and like scoot up really quick to make sure we're reading these. Okay, so informational roles. So again, monitor, gather, share information. You're a spokesperson where you share that information, what do you call it, externally. We have decisional. So again, entrepreneurship, so innovation. You're going to be the person who disturbance handler, so you're gonna meditate problems, or sorry, meditate, gosh help me, mediate problems, yeah, and resource allocation. That's something I did forget, but basically making sure that people have the appropriate resources to do their job in their department. Interpersonal, negotiator, lead, liaison, yeah, did I say that right this time? Yeah. And then figurehead, because again, you're going to be the standard of which this organization is measured. So interpersonal, decisional, and informational, and that's going to be the 3 management roles that we talked about. The 4 important key things of thinking. I don't remember. Does that sound bad? I don't remember. Mental processing, decision processing, decision making, mental representation. Mental representation, process information, decision making, and the social stuff, the social intelligence, the social cognition, and social emotional intelligence. Okay, ask me again. Social intelligence, mental processing, decision making, problem solving. Oh, that. I'm almost there. Process information, decision making, or problem solving. Yeah. I could get that. If it's the ABC, I could get that. They'll be like, which of the following is not 4 key features of thinking? I'm staring at it. I'm getting the information into my brain. Yeah. 3 common distortions. Did we talk about 3 common distortions? I know we talked about distortions of like the biases. Do you think it could be this? Or do you think maybe in-group and similar are very similar and can be grouped together? Well, I don't know 3, but I know multiple biases, and I know these 3 right here about the Hercules. Wait, let me remember what was said. Heuretics, yeah? Yeah. I'm an English master now. So I could tell you that, because it's very straightforward with the naming. And I hope you mean those 3. Apply techniques to counter negative self-talk? I actually don't know, but I hope the question is very straightforward. Don't be hard on yourself. Bam. So easy. Assess how to develop empathy for others? Be a good person. So easy. The different type of biases, we talked about the halo effect, similar to me, the in-group bias, and the affinity, so I think we're good there. And what is dual mode thinking? Dual mode thinking is that fast and slow thinking, so I think we are good to go, gamers. Let's go ahead and we'll move on to our next one, okay? Hold on. Critical thinking, reasoning problem. Okay. Now, we're gonna get into the nitty-gritty. Ooh. We are gonna... Sorry, I have to blind you with colors really quick. We're gonna be dealing with Unit 12, Law and Ethics. So we are just on our 3rd unit now. We have just one more to go after this, and we'll be free. This one's a little cut and dry, so I do apologize about that. But I do want to apologize a little bit more. I actually think my sugar is dropping, so I'm going to go ahead and grab something to eat really quick. I'm only surviving off a bowl of Count Chocula right now, and it's like, Tippa, isn't that a Halloween cereal? It's December. Please leave me alone. But I'll go ahead and snack on something really, really quick, so please pardon me. It might take a little longer than the 3 minutes, but I will get those nummies for sure. But I'm glad that I was able to finish that. But we have about 15 minutes to our next break anyway, so it's fine. That just means I get to ramble on for the next time, and I'm more empowered because I have food in my system, okay? It's important to fuel the mind? It is, and having just one bowl of cereal probably wasn't the move. I was gonna make eggs and whatnot, but I originally had saw that I scheduled today's stream at 12, which was weird. It was supposed to be 12:30, so I'm like, well, if I eat cereal and start like 10 minutes early, is this what they call a compromise? But I'll be back. Okay, come, so I'll see you in a little bit as well, okay? Politely. BRB, go use this time to take care of yourselves. Hydrate. Eat something super duper yummy. Stand up! do one of those things. I'll be back. Gamers, thank you so much for your patience. I appreciate it. Ah. I was like, how long have I been gone? And it's very hard to tell the time. So I'm like, I didn't look when I left. So I was like, I'm so sorry. It's definitely way over 3 minutes. And I said I was going to be over 3 minutes. I was like... So I tried to cheat the system by like inhaling chocolate chips. I was like, I'll just spike up my sugar really quick at this. And I was like, that's stupid. So I ate another bowl of Count Dracula cereal. I was like, yep, this is it. Thank you so much for the welcome back. Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Hopefully I'll get some real food in my system in a little bit. We're on page 23 out of 40, so I think we should be okay. Ah! I wasn't ready for the incoming half-pass! Ah! No, but thank you, gamer. But, how do you say it? I think we should be good. I hope... Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. But I think we should be good. I think we're gonna go ahead and get started with the questions to consider. We'll do the same thing we've been doing for the other 2 units. So we'll read off the questions to consider. We'll keep those in the back of our brain. We'll read through the lecture and we'll really hope for the best, okay? Okay. Also, I do apologize if for whatever reason you could pick up drilling outside. I have no idea. Anyway. So questions to consider for ethics and law section, which unfortunately is a little cut and dry, so I do apologize. But we're going to go ahead and analyze the elements of a contract and describe its relationship to torts, type of tort, I keep saying torts, yeah? The role of the APTA in the ethical disputes in their jurisdiction, describe the distinctions and overlaps between ethic and laws, similarity and differences between ethical and legal reasoning, identify other agencies that have the jurisdiction over ethical disputes and therapy practices, define common law, statutes, rules, regulations, and executive orders, and distinguish between civil and criminal law, role of an informed consent in patient care, what consists of a criminal law, what is negligent care, types of ethics in meetings, patients' rights and patient self-determination acts, what is meant by a contract, criminal discourse provisions on the Social Security Act, and wrong against society as a whole. Wow, crazy, right? So we'll go ahead and we'll get started. So what are ethics and how are they different from the law? So ethics, as you would imagine, let me actually scroll up a little bit, are morals, basically. It's the standards of right and wrong derived from community, family, and religious traditions. And morals are not legal requirements. Like, it's how to explain it, it's just kind of your understanding of what it is right or wrong. But they help define duty owed to the patient, and standards are defined by governing bodies such as the APTA. So we have different sources of ethics. We have like our personal ethics, there's organizational ethics, the theoretical ethics, and there's bioethics. It's a little silly. It really is just like right or wrong, and then sometimes it can be enforced, or you get like slap on the hand if you don't follow what like the majority believe is correct ethics wise. What is basically that but enforceable is the laws, and these laws are going to help determine our actions and what are the actions of others when it comes to dealing with these individuals, organizations, and other entities. This is going to help dictate what is legally acceptable regardless of personal beliefs. So what is the main takeaway from this? Ethics are foundational to law, but extend beyond legal requirements, and they focus more on moral obligations, while laws are enforceable and applied universally, while ethics are more subjective and vary between individuals and cultures. Like, I don't know. What is a hot topic that divides people? I don't know. Let's actually not get into it. Could be an example of this, but we'll talk more about what is ethic, what is a law, and maybe some other actual like healthcare examples of it. But ethics and laws, we just mentioned the APTA being a governing body for ethics, but we have RIPS, realm and individual processing situation models to help make ethical decisions. And we also have practice laws that are generally set up by the board, and there's state-specific ones, there's Texas ones, and there's other things that basically compact the license and it's like the general idea of what our licensure pretty much dictates as an ethic. First the cereal or the milk? The cereal. Sorry. Cereal goes first and then the milk. But for laws, we already just talked about this a little bit, but let me go ahead and zoom this in a little bit. You don't need a picture of that. Actually, you don't really need that either. So laws are going to govern the relationships between private individuals and the organizations and between both these parties and the government. Official rules of conduct ourselves by. They're subject to change and reinterpretation over time. So we have a thing called common law, which is the form of law that depends on judicial decisions opposed to legislative acts. So this is more just the judge gets to decide rather than like this was passed in the legislation. And the interpretive justice is the academic approach to defining the justice system. So what does the Constitution mean and how does it apply in these certain cases? And president, so this is going to be, or I hope I'm saying that right. It sounds like I'm saying like president. President? Oh my goodness. Anyway, president. Oh my gosh. Anyway, legal cases that have been decided that will influence future decisions in similar cases. It sounds the same. Good. I was gonna start panicking. It's gonna be like English. Sauron says no, it goes milk, cereal, bowl, and fork. Brother, what's gonna hold it all? I don't care what you put first, whether it's milk or cereal, but you gotta get that bowl in. Brother. So for laws, so we talked about laws here. Let's continue talking about laws down here. We have the legislative. So when we talk about legislator, we're talking about local, state, or federal legislatures that pass statutes that can become law. And we'll talk about the difference between law, statute, etc., and just a little bit more into detail. Legislatives can override prior court decisions, such as there was the Amendment Act for the Americans with Disability Act, Amendments Act ADAAA of 2008, which I'm actually really curious about because, what did they amend? I guess we could figure it out, huh? So if you're not familiar with ADA, or I guess because it's very Americanized, sorry to my outside American cubs. ADA is the Americans with Disability Act, so pretty much you're not able to discriminate just because someone may be in a wheelchair or someone is disabled. So let's see, ADAA of 2008 summary. Oh, it changed the definition of disability by clarifying and broadening it, which in turn increased the number and types of persons protected under the ADA under federal non-discrimination acts. I wonder what they included. What did they include? I want to know what considers, like, are we talking, maybe they might have put more of a focus on like mental disabilities, because I know sometimes people will be like, my psyche, and they'll be like, that's not real because I can't see it. That's like, okay, what? I'm just curious now. I'm gonna look at it to see if things added. Okay, wow. They didn't have this before. They're crazy, but I guess this is fair. What's your major? Rehab, smiley face emoji. Sure. Sorry, Otis. You'll be able to see it. I think I promise you. I got you. But that's like a very general term I can use. Apparently, so this amended act actually added epilepsy. Oh my gosh. Yeah, epilepsies. No. People who have the seizures, basically, diabetes, cancer, and mental health disorders. They might have even included asthma to this. Oh no, they also included the immune system, digestive system, neurology, ADHD, epilepsy. Thank you. I'm sorry, I'm losing it today. Mild cases of depression or anxiety, epilepsy, diabetes, cancer, ADHD or the attention deficit hyperactive disorder, and muscular dystrophy. Interesting. Sorry, that's crazy actually. Sorry, I'm just like, oh wow, yeah, okay. Anyway, So they can override a prior court decision. So they included those new ones that we're just talking about. Not that we needed to know those nitty gritty. I just was nosy. Yeah, it's a big list of things. Like you would be like, hey, you have cancer. You still have to come to work. Like, brother, huh? You know? But also, this is not just like, oh, you go to work or not. This is the idea like, hey, please don't discriminate because I have cancer and I might show like physical signs and symptoms of cancer. Like I could still, or I still desire to work, so you should let me work. People with diabetes, they deal with a lot of things like peripheral neuropathy, or they call like the glove and stocking sensation loss. So like they might lose sensation on their feet. So I know they have to take frequent like foot checks and whatnot. Not that I'm like, oh, go check your foot at work, but I'm like, oh, make sure they have the proper footwear, etc., you know? I'm literally physically falling apart. What does it mean I have to lift boxes? Yeah, the system finds a way. They'll find a job that you can do. And it's like, oh, you can't lift 20 pounds? How about a gallon of milk? That's roughly like 8 to 10 pounds, which is also really crazy to think, wait, a gallon of milk is that heavy? Huh? Anyway. So, we have the different laws, by the way, mentioned. We have the criminal and the civil law. So criminal law is going to concern with itself with the wrongdoings against society. I know. Society. As a whole, even if one person was harmed. While civil law is concerned with the wrongs against a particular person or organization. So this is like disputes with a contract or the torts, which we're going to be talking about in much detail later, but just to define it right here, and we'll define it again and again and again and again. It's going to be, torts are going to fall under civil law. So right here, concerned with concerned with wrongs against a particular person or organization, and are wrongful acts against a person without a contractual agreement. So basically, hey, this was in our agreement. That's a tort. And we'll talk about the different types in a moment. So civil is just a particular person or organization. This is against society, even if only one person was harmed. But thank you, Num, so much for the hydrate. Give me one moment. Anyway. Sorry, sometimes I get surprised what picks up and what doesn't pick up. Anyway, so things that can fall under criminal law is going to be malpractice. So this can fall... Malpractice is really interesting because malpractice can actually fall between criminal or a civil, law. Medicare fraud is definitely criminal. Abortion, unlicensed practice of medicine. Civil law, however, this could just be, again, a contractual violation against involving voluntary agreement between two people. And again, it's the idea of like, this wasn't in my contract. This is just, again, against a particular person or organization. So what are we talking about when we keep saying these contract stuff? So when we're talking more about ethics and law, for the contract, we have to decide, like for a situation or scenario, what is a patient discharge versus abandonment? So the contract, like in a hospital, not that you formally sign. I get, no, you do sign paperwork. Never mind. Well, we're getting that off the table. Let's just keep reading off the slide. So, patient abandonment refers to the removal of a patient's treatment without giving a reasonable notice or providing competent replacement. This is considered a form of medical malpractice and risk management. Cubs, I don't know if you recall that example from 5 billion years ago. This is very niche. So, one of the examples, and I don't even remember when I said it, but this was when I was in Yeehaw land for my 6 weeks of clinicals, right? Remember I told you about this guy who had such an interesting life and he wanted to move from like Yeehaw land to Utah to have like a cow farm because his friend is doing it, but he was like a truck driver. Yeah, so what happens is he got into an accident with the truck driving, and when he got dismissed from the hospital, I would easily say that was patient abandonment because they basically he summed it up to me. He was like, yeah, basically I was like high on drugs and I was still wearing the what do you call it, the patient gown, and they just left me out. All I had was the patient gown and my boots on. I'm like, what? And they're like, my girlfriend had to pick me up and she lives hours away. And I said, huh? I am so sorry. He didn't obviously proceed with anything like that. That was just his life. But I was just so like, people do. I'm so sorry. Anyway, he's good now, so it's fine. Gamer, thank you so much for politely lurking. I appreciate it. I hope you're having a lovely stream. Thank you, Gamer. It's now more lovely because you're here. Welcome on and thank you so much for politely lurking. Sir says that sounds questionable at best, even in the best conditions. Yeah, so the worst part is that when he was truck driving, it was an incident outside of Yeehaw Land, so he's actually out of state at the time. So that's why it took hours for his girlfriend to come over because, yeah, he was not even in his hometown or home state. So I'm like, huh. Again, he's okay now, but it's just like, oh, brother, if you didn't have that, like, social support, like, what if you didn't have, like, a girlfriend, a family member, a friend, or anyone that, like, drive, I don't know, the 6 hours to pick him up, you know? It's crazy. Anyway, teehee. So yeah, that's definitely medical malpractice. Let's just say it. Say what it is. Medical malpractice. Say it together, Cups. Medical malpractice. Anyway, informed consent. So informed consent is very important. Consent in general is very important, but informed consent is just providing that information that is necessary. And in a healthcare perspective, it's a description of the intervention or treatment that will be provided. Expect benefits or expected benefits from the therapy and like the anticipated time frame, a clear explanation of the risks that may be associated with therapy and the anticipated cost and reasonable alterations for recommended therapy. If everyone could agree with that, like, oh, here's why I would do it because here's why it would be beneficial to you, kind sir. Sorry, I keep reading your name, so I'm like, ma'am or sir, non-Pacific, unpacific. What are the potential risks and here are the costs, and they're all like, oh yeah, I agree with that. Then great, that's informed consent. You got their approval to go ahead and do that. But yeah, medical malpractice. We're not gonna do that. Atomic Gamer, dropping your dad off at the airport. Gamer, drive safe, love life, and I hope your dad has an awesome vacation because I could only hope it's a vacation and nothing else. But have a good luck. Thank you so much. Ethics and laws. So continuing on, we're gonna go ahead and talk about violation of ethical responsibilities may not be unlawful. So this is where it kind of comes into that like weird morally gray area where, as I mentioned, ethics is kind of more of your beliefs of what's right and wrong, and then laws are enforceable. Lying to your patient that you have no availability on your schedule when you do is not a crime. If you're like, hey, I really just want to leave early on Friday, so I don't want to schedule any like patient at 4 o'clock, then you don't have to. That's fine. It's not against the law to, you know, not do that. But that's the only time the patient's available, so you're denying them treatment because of your own selfishness. So as it says, it's not really a crime, but it's a behavior unbecoming of a healthcare professional. Teehee. Hi, Big Cam. Hi. Hi, Gamer. Welcome on in. Welcome. Big Cam. Hold on. Big Cam. Wait. Hold on. Big Cam, do you know you're my number one? Do you know you're my number one? Hold on. If I open this in this browser, you know you're my number one. I haven't shared this yet. I only shared in the Discord. You're my number 2. Let's go! Top 5! Number 2! I actually really like the number 2, so I'm just like, oh my goodness. But there you go. And look, somehow Ryan got on here, cuz are we surprised about this or no? I'm surprised that somehow she streamed 48 hours already, but we won't talk about that. Oh my goodness. I watch you a lot, and it's because you're in my morning slot? Brother, that's so funny. It's because you're in my evening slot. Minus the weird exceptions where you stream at midnight to 1 a.m. I will not be there for those, but know that I get the notifications. I'm like, oh, that's crazy. I know, Ryan's her. I know. I showed her, and she's like, I love you. And I said, oh my gosh. I feel like Rip would have been higher than a lot of people. Rip, if you're here, hold on. Rip, stream more. Mate, you're her manager. Come on. No, it's okay. She streamed like No Man's Sky yesterday, so it's okay. But yeah, Very, very fun top Twitch recap that I need to post. You've been slacking? Yeah, brother. Come on. Oh my goodness. But anyway, yeah, lying is bad. I know that's a concept, but just want to like reiterate that. We also have state practice laws, which are going to include laws and regulations that the practitioners must follow, and they again vary from state to state. And the APTA Code of Ethics is basically like, hey, if you're going to be in this profession, these are the set right and wrongs that you should do that are not enforceable by law, but like, you know, probably should do them because you should be a good person to your patients, ideally. I would get harder on the idol management, please. You know, there's another management game that's been floating around. I know, tangent. It's about maids in an electronic town or something like that, referencing Nakihabara. But like a $20 game. I'm like, oh, I'm not that interested in management games, but it looks cute. But I think back and get like war flashbacks to like Idol Manager, and I'm like, I still never got to finish it. I got overwhelmed. Like, it gets really addicting. Like, I can do the management games, but like, the payout. Anyway, what are the source of ethics? So we talked about this earlier, that there's 4 different types. We have a personal, that's not personal, organizational, theoretical, what? Theory, it's a theory. Theoretical, oh my gosh. And bioethics, yeah. So personal ethics are going to be formed by like your I'm taking an inhalation of air cups, don't worry, hold on. I'm getting the oxygen to my brain right now, hold on. Okay. So they're formed by upbringing, family, and community values. For organizational ethics, we have standards influenced by the culture and mission of the organization. So this could be corporate or non-for-profit. It's just standards set by the organization. Theoretical ethics, this is going to be more of a philosophical approach. It's going to kind of explore more on that moral reasoning. I know this sounds very dark and I don't want to bring it up, but think about end of life. Or sorry, no, that's bioethics. I threw it out the window. Ignore what I said. Just read the sentence, smile, nod. Yeah, smile, nod. Yeah, it's cool. Yeah. Okay, bioethics. Bio, like biology, ethics being like whatever we've been talking about for the past 10 minutes. It's going to focus on dilemmas in healthcare such as resource allocation, end-of-life care, and pretty much your genetics. And all these are going to be influences of what kind of ethics you may have as an individual. Of course, we all have our personal, but then who you may be working for, what the world decides for you. And then the bioethics, you know? Idol manager where bullying becomes a prominent thing. It was so awful. So bad. But it's okay. We're past that, right? We're past the bullying phase, the bullying point. Yeah. So let's go ahead and describe ethical concepts. So we're going to be talking about like respect for persons, beneficiaries, etc. So the ethics, again, right from wrong, and many times that the laws and ethics don't overlap. Or sorry, they do overlap, but sometimes that they don't. And here are common ethical concepts in healthcare. So autonomy, autonomy, truth-telling, fidelity. These are concepts. So let me just go ahead and read down here. Autonomy is the right to have informed consent for that individual of their care and the ability to make decisions of how their care is if they're able to do so. You want to do some truth-telling, which sounds really silly to see, like truth-telling. Okay, so not lying? Yeah, truth-telling. But it implies that those involved in healthcare are to be honest to patients and clients, and they always are to do the right thing and resist temptation to gloss over stuff. Confidentiality is not really mentioned, but it's whatever. It's still important. It's going to require keeping information about others involved in the healthcare interaction private. So go back to that HIPAA Act that we were talking about earlier. And fidelity, it's going to require keeping one's words, centers around faithfulness, etc. These are going to be the main 4 that we talk about when we talk about describing ethical concepts, but this PowerPoint presentation goes over a little bit more. So we have beneficence, which is doing the best one can for the recipient of the service. Non-maleficence, which is to do no harm. We have justice, which is the ethical principle that implies fairness. And the fidelity stuff, it's again people or organizations have an obligation to those who have placed their trust in them, get the best possible care, Wouldn't theoretical be wouldn't theoretical be closer to should I do a bad thing for a good reason? Yes, now that I've looked up the term utilitarian, I do agree with that perspective. Should I do a bad thing for a good reason? Because utilitarianism is an ethical theory that determines right from wrong by focusing on the outcomes. It advocates actions that maximize happiness and well-being for the affected individuals. Now you didn't look it up, your research. Thank you. I'm a firm advocate about using your resources. Very understandable. So easy. Thank you though, I appreciate it, because that actually makes a billion times more sense other than making it like some philosophical concept being like just knowing. It's like okay. Anyway, let's talk about sources of American law. I know my non-American cubs are loving this right now, but we have the Constitution. That's crazy, I know. Constitution, which is our foundational legal framework. We have the judiciary authority, which is the court rulings from the common law. We have legislative bodies, which are laws passed by the Congress or state legislations. We have executive orders, which are issued by the president or the governors of the state. And we have administrative regulations of rules from agencies like the FDA, CDC, or licensure boards like the APTA that are going to help give these actual laws. What the heck? I know, I feel like Doug. I don't know if you cubs. Oh my gosh, can you shout that man out? Hold on. Doug is definitely one of my favorite content creators, and he recently made a video. He is an American citizen, but he's like, can I pass an American citizenship test? And I didn't watch the whole video actually, but I don't think he can. I guess not a lot of Americans can either, so sorry. Anyway, Ashley says finally got out of bed, by the way. Finally gonna eat. Hope studying's going well. Good! I'm so glad that you're eating. Let's go, gamer! Let's go! I hope you get the nutrition that you need and that you feel a ton better after getting some food. I hope you also took some medication for that headache you were talking about earlier, gamer, okay? Speaking of things that I am currently talking about, from 14 minutes ago, thank you so much for the posture check. Can I talk about that? Oh, I missed it. I'm sorry, gamer. Hi from 14 minutes ago. Thanks. Sunny says it's okay, Ashley. You have the right to remain silent and the right to counsel. Yeah, this is me counseling you. Go take your meds. Feel better. So easy. Anyway, so one of the in the outline I asked for definitions of stuff, so we're gonna go ahead and quickly speed run. Yes, locked in. That's me right now. Lock it in. That's me becoming a transformer noise. Anyway, so what is beneficence, non-maleficence, justice, and respect? So the first one is beneficence. I feel like I'm saying everything wrong. Anyway, is to prioritize patients' welfare in all the actions. Really, it's just doing the best that you can do for your patients, and you want to go ahead and balance out the benefits and risks of treatment. You never want to do any harm, which goes to our next topic of the non-maleficence, which is to avoid causing harm or worsening the condition. I'm sure you cubs have heard do no harm. And if you haven't, well, don't. But I mean, do hear the do not harm. There you go. I hope that was perfect English. Anyway, so yeah. So either you do no harm or you make it, at least you don't make the situation worse. Actions or non-actions, so not doing anything, where failure to act makes the situation worse. So don't hurt your patient. Justice is to treat all patients fairly regardless of background or circumstances. So you don't want to go ahead and be like, oh, this person is poor and I hate them, or this person is rich and I hate them. You want to treat everyone pretty much the same, and it's really tied again to philosophy and applied fairness. Our last one is going to be respect, and it's pretty much straightforward. So uphold the patient autonomy and confidentiality. Celebrating your finals by subbing for 41 months? That's a good way to celebrate. Sarah, thank you so much, gamer. Thank you for 41 Hoekimoto. What a gamer. Thank you. Oh my gosh. Gamer, how are you? And why are you not attending every con, going back to back to back? To back to back to back to back to back. Anyway, but thank you, game, for the continued support for 41 whole hecky months. I appreciate it very much. So thank you, gamer, and welcome on in as I am indeed studying for my finals tonight, happening, and it's okay. It's already 4 o'clock in 3 hours. Let's go! Come on, 3 hours! Let's go! Let's go! Huh? You're coming down cons this year? But you're day tripping to Magfest and Katsu because I think they'll both accept my panel, so I'll get in for free. Heck you. No, I'm just kidding. that could have been me. That could have been me. No, we're not gonna get into that. Anyway, I hope they do accept your panels and you get in for free. Do a panel with me? Brother, my days of paneling are over. I'm washed up. Sorry. You got two panels into Mag? My panel is too niche. They'll never accept me. Not anymore. I'm washed up. I can't do it anymore. But yeah, I'm glad actually. Heck, and congratulations getting to MagFest though. What the heck? Just admit it, you hacker. Yeah. Anyway, but I'll humor you if I ever go over and I'll be like, tee. Sorry I couldn't get to Katsu the last time. I was in Yeehaw Land, and it turns out that it's like $400 to fly from Yeehaw Land to like Katsucon. And I said, hey, LMAO, as much as I think this would be like a funny thing to do, I also had my clinicals at the time, and the friends who were leaving Thursday, and I had worked Monday through Friday because again it was my clinical rotation, and then to go drive to an airport I'm not familiar with because it's a whole completely different state, try to find to park my like rental car and hope that nothing happens to it, and then paying $400 to go to public transportation differently in a complete different state that you've never been to. Crazy. Oh yeah, sorry, I meant Autocon. I did, yeah, sorry. Whichever one Teru was at. Yeah. What did I say? Did I say Fanime or something? Like what? What? Anyway. Hold on, I have to speedrun this. Hold on, let me speedrun the question 6 before I say anything else. So number 6. What are the elements of a contract and what makes it binding? So guess what, Kaz? When you submit, when you have a contract in front of you and you have to do stuff, hee haha ho ho, there's definitely an agreement between both parties. The contract will lay out all the details, and then you as the other party, or maybe not you, just the second party has to read all those and be like, yep, I agree to the terms and conditions, and this is my signature saying that I consent to this. Competent individuals are involved. You don't want to deal with non-competent, I guess. The exchange of value and services. Normally a contract is an exchange of services, yes. And the legality of purpose. So yeah, what makes it binding is that when all these elements are met, that's what makes it binding, such as informed consent in the healthcare setting. We talked about the informed consent basically being, again, what are the benefits, risks, and what are the costs of this, and how you should proceed with this. And if you do proceed with this, thank you so much. You've been given all the best information provided to make sure that this is the intervention that's going to work best for you. Big smiley face emoji. So yeah. So agreement, competency, the exchange of value, and the legality make the contract binding. So let's talk about torts. Torts. Yes. Again, torts are a part of the civil law. When we talk about civil versus a criminal, this is under the civil law because this is affecting one person or one organization, and this is a category of wrongful acts committed against one person or organization without a pre-existing contract, which the court seeks to determine and apply remedies for. So types of torts we're gonna get into is negligence, intentional torts, and infliction of medical distress. So negligence is going to be the failure to act as a reasonable practitioner would. Intentional would be doing deliberate harm like assault or defamation. defame someone, and the infliction of mental distress causing emotional harm intentionally or recklessly. Tortas. Muy. Yo. Defamation. Thank you so much. I promise you, I am familiar with these words. I can define them for you. Can I be honest? I just never had to say these out loud. Anyway. So negligence is failure to act as a reasonable practitioner would. So this generally has to be unintentional. So it could be a commission or a omission, and charges are against provider or the firm who hired the provider. So they must have the four following elements to be considered a negligent thing. So it could be a breach of duty towards the harmed party. It could be... Oh, I just read these two. That the person involved had to have a duty towards the harmed party. They had a breach of the duty, which caused to the injury or damage. And it doesn't have to be of like monetary value. And there has to be causation to it. So basically it's like a teehee, whoopsie, I forgot. Well, intentional torts are like, oh, I remembered, all right. And you do like assault or battery. You may cause false imprisonment and do some other wacky stuff like invade their privacy and getting into the documentation. It's like really weird. Please don't. And then the last one again is the infliction of medical distress. I thought I had like an expanded resource on it. It turns out I don't. So that's crazy. That's crazy. All right, let's go ahead and continue on though. We already talked about this. This is basically the non-colored version. I'll read this out if it helps. So negligence again has to be proven, has to have the four key factors. The negligent party must have a duty towards the harmed party. So there's a practitioner record. They're on the record. They're on the medical history or whatever, saying, hey, this person was treating this for XYZ. Breach of duty by not meeting the standard of care. 3, the plaintiff must prove that they suffered injury or damages from the interaction. And 4, a causation must be proven, like a cause. So there are 3 different types of negligence. There's misfeasance, which is performing the correct action incorrectly and causing injury. Performing the correct action incorrectly, and that causes injury. Malfeasance, which is performing an unlawful act, which may have been a procedure illegal in a certain state. Or nonfeasance, which is failing to act where there's a duty that a reasonable, prudent person would have fulfilled. Wow. Interesting. So again, you did the correct act incorrectly, it was unlawful, or hey, LMAO, you didn't even act, and someone who would have been in your position would have done it, but you didn't, so heck you. Intentional torts, it's going to be dependent on proving harm was done deliberately. So performing surgery on an individual without consent, they were unconscious, is what do you call it? False imprisonment by inappropriately restraining a patient. So sorry, not false imprisonment like going to jail. False imprisonment like in certain states, restriction or like restraining a patient. I don't know how to say it. They use this example, so please forgive me as I say this. But think of someone who is mentally unwell. And they're committing self-harm and they're not cognitively there. They're not right in the mind, and what happens is that they're harming themselves or harming other people. So you need to go ahead and restrain them. So sometimes you will end up having to tie a patient down to the bed. That is a very common reason why restraints might be used. Another restraint, which might not sound like much of a restraint, but it is considered a restraint in some other states, is hospital beds have like, I don't know how to say it, like a barrier, like a little fence that you could put up or down to make sure like the patient doesn't like roll out of bed if they're like, I don't know, they really move in the hospital bed. And it's to keep them safe. It's like a barrier. But if you have all 4 up in some states, even if they're not physically restrained, it is considered imprisonment. It's considered like a full restraint, and some medical practitioners can get in trouble if there isn't like a formal order of a restraint. Let me see if I can show you cups what I'm talking about really quick. Yeah, speaking kind of hard. Speaking tough. That's complicated for a simple matter. Yeah. My whole grad program, yeah. So let me zoom out of here really quick. Nonfeasance is like the trolley problem. Oh brother. Like this. You see these? This is considered restraint if you have all four up. So there's your fence. So if a person is here, let me pick up bright color. Or I guess red. Oh wait, I already picked red. If a person is here, they are restrained, which is silly. You would think, but that is what some states consider it. So that's why if you somehow removed one of these and not all four are up, let's say you took out this one and you took out that poor guy's leg too, and you have only 3 up, then it's not restrained. You're welcome. Anyway. Yeah, so false imprisonment for restraining a patient, defamation. Wait, what did we say? Defamation. Yes, defamation of characters, so slander, which could be spoken or libel or print, so defamation of the character, and invasion of privacy, again, ruining that confidentiality you have as a clinician to the patient. Woohoo. Healthcare providers that violate tort laws are subject to malpractice suits, and these could be civil or criminal in nature, but tort laws tend to be civil. So what's malpractice? Oh, actually, hold on. So what's malpractice? Malpractice is a professional negligence causing harm. Again, this can be civil or criminal. But civil in law, but civil malpractice is the carelessness resulting in harm, and criminal malpractice is the recklessness, disregard for safety, potentially leading to criminal charges. So what are your rights as a patient? That sounds crazy, but you have the right for self-determination. You have autonomy. You can make your own autonomous decisions. Like if a doctor says, hey, I think this would be like the best treatment for you, you could say, hey, heck you, doctor. But no, in a more realistic situation, you could say, hey, I have this back issue, and the doctor's like, okay, cool. After going through all your medical records, I think surgery is your best route. And you're like, I actually hate the idea of surgery. If there's something else, I would like to do a more conservative treatment, like rehab or therapy. And that is your right to choose. Even though the doctor's like, hey, I think you'll have a better outcome of doing this, you could still choose otherwise. That's not to say whether you pick a wrong or right decision. It is your own body, you know? Confidentiality, so protect patient information. None of your information should be leaked. Informed consent, we talked about this before, about fully explains risks, benefits, and alternatives. A right to refuse care, so patients can go ahead and decline your treatment. So if you're like, hey, I'm just gonna keep I'm gonna keep taking Tylenol, I don't want to deal with rehab and I don't want to do surgery, you could refuse care. Perfectly fine, you know? And emergency treatment. This is actually an interesting concept. I don't know if we're going to talk about it more in this unit or the next unit, but you have the right to emergency treatment even without the ability to pay. I'll give you a quick TLDR, but basically if you go to the ER and you're dying, they can't refuse you treatment. Even if you're not dying and you're like, ow, I got a paper cut, they cannot refuse you for treatment. So a lot of people, unfortunately or fortunately, because I do the same, use the emergency room as an urgent care, basically. And it's like, is the ER and urgent care the same? No, we have several urgent care clinics around. These are more for like people in walk-ins who are not able to see like their primary care physician. Emergency room is like, oh. I told you guys about my experience of the emergency room, actually probably a year ago when I was having difficulty swallowing. And I had already humored the idea of going to urgent care, but I'm like, no, I might need to see a neurologist, or I need to see like all the other specialists that are specialists that they have in the hospital, because there could be a speech therapist who is more familiar with this, or there could be an ENT specialist, ears, nose, throat doctor, and having them all in one resource. Like I just need this because I have no idea what's going on. And that was an experience all in itself, but they kind of deny me. I know there's people more severe who are there at the ER, But yeah. Anyway, let's talk about ethical and legal reasoning. So we're gonna combine moral principles with legal frameworks to make justifiable decisions in patient care and organizational policy. Great. Anyway, let me catch up with chat really quick. Ta-da! Monte says I watched Dr. House to know of the fence. Yeah, so is that considered a fence? I actually still don't recall the right term for it, unfortunately. I think guardrail. That is what we refer to those things on the hospital beds. Slanders when Tippy calls me a weenie? Brother, I've never called you a weenie. What the heck? That is slander. Mods? Orville says, I heard there's a weenie in here? Yeah, it's 0. See how I never called you one? Directly? Anyway. So, what are some of the protections for patients and what is mandatory reporting? So, protection for patients, whether they do know it or not, is we have the ethics committee of like the left or right. We have groups that will advocate for them, and we have the code of ethics, such as what we can see in other organizations, such as the APTA, etc. Mandating reporting is the legal obligation to report abuse, neglect, or threats to patient safety. If you suspect something, the biggest thing you could do is to document it and go ahead and talk to a higher up, a supervisor, a manager, talk about, hey, I saw this, and then you can make a report together or something like this, you know? Oh, that's the bad. Slander is verbal. Exactly. Slander is verbal. So you see how I never said anything verbally like that? And I never wrote anything? But you wrote that I called you that? Huh. I'm gonna take you to court. She keeps saying things right now. She keeps saying things. I know. I've been saying things for the past almost 4 hours. Isn't that crazy? Page 31 out of 40, by the way. Anyway, what are some specific examples of ethics in law and practice? Maintaining confidentiality while responding to legal subpoenas, balancing patient autonomy with mandatory reporting obligations. Sure. Anyway, what are statutes versus rules and regulation? So this is like a thing that I'm still having a difficult time distinguishing, so I do apologize if it sounds very repetitive, but statutes are laws passed by the legislative bodies. So this is an act by the legislative body, such as a law, but the statute is formed in which the law is expressed. I still have a very hard time understanding what that means, unfortunately. But legislators create laws by passing statutes. So are statutes like the parent and the laws are the child? I feel like it would be the opposite, right? Like the law is the parent and the statutes are the children. But if you get this thing, if you get my visualization or like branching out. But there's more. I know I wrote more notes about how to distinguish this a little bit, but I just group it in my mind being like, oh, it's similar laws. Good enough. But that's statutes. But in comparison to rules or regulations, administrative agencies establish these to implement statutes. So statutes are more law-abiding. They're more from the legal, the legislative, and the rules and regulations is that when the administrative agencies have to handle it. And we kind of talked about some of these agencies when we were talking about more of like ethics. So that is my understanding of the situation, and I apologize if I'm ever feeding you cubs wrong information. I'm just a student. Anyway, what is the difference between civil and criminal law, and what is a criminal law? What is a criminal disclosure provisions of the SSA? So civil law is going to focus on disputes between individuals, so negligent claims, and criminal laws are going to be offenses against society, such as Medicare fraud. The criminal disclosure provision of the SSA is to require healthcare providers to disclose criminal convictions to continue participating in Medicare and Medicaid. Now, my Seer Hydrate, give me like 2 seconds. So, for the PT Practice Act, laws and regulations, tort law, malpractice, and negligence, the Practice Act is going to define scope, standards, and ethical requirements to be able to practice as a PT. And it's going to outline legal responsibilities to avoid malpractice and negligence, which is also super duper important because sometimes when you get in trouble for this, you can get your licensure away. And imagine spending X amount of years trying to do something just to get it taken away because of the law. Anyway, and our last thing is going to be informed consent and patient's right, patient self-determination act, etc. So informed consent is explaining the treatment options. So I feel like this is the third time we mentioned it. And patient self-determination, patient self-determination act is going to ensure that patients are informed of their rights to make healthcare decisions, including advance directives. Bam! Now we're going to move on to fraud and abuse, but before we do that, we're going to go ahead and try to see if we can answer some of these questions here. Let me also hydrate really quick before I completely miss it. Okay. Monte says the US makes laws by passing statutes that they're the same as acts. So it's just your system of law. Okay, thank you. I'm like, oh, they're just acts. Oh, okay. Okay. So let's go ahead and do the first one, okay? So for the first one, analyze the elements of a contract. Again, we have 4 things that are going to make them binding. We need parties that are in the right mind. I forget what the word is, I'm sorry. Legally obligated, an agreement, and I think everything has to be explained. The types of torts we have is negligent, intentional, and also we have the mental infliction ones. Explain the roles of APTA in ethical disputes. They make the rules and regulations of, they are the agency that's going to hold people accountable. Describe the distinctions and overlaps between ethic and laws. Sometimes they overlap, sometimes they don't. Ethics, again, is your right and wrong, and laws are enforced. If you do something wrong to the law, you are under arrest, my dude. What is the difference between ethical and legal reasoning? We just said it. Other agencies that have ethical disputes, the RIPS model that we talked about in decision making, and state legislative can also hold some jurisdiction over what you call it, ethical disputes. Define common law, statutes. What was common law? Huh? Common law? Common? Oh, that the jurisdiction bodies blah 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 do it. Statutes we just talked about being acts that come from said laws. Rules and regulations were pretty much the same, and that's when the administrative bodies are doing their job. Executive orders are more for like jobs and civil and criminal law. Civil, again, is individual organization, and criminal is against society. Role of informed consent, that they know. What consists of criminal law? An example could be malpractice, but that can also be a civil law too. What's negligent care? Unintentional, but it has to have these 4 wacky elements that I will not list. Breach of duty, a duty to the patient. That's why I didn't want to list it because I forgot the other 2. Harm? Oh, and causation. Yay! Yay! What are the types of ethics and meanings? Oh, we have personal, organizational, theoretical, and what is the last one? Bioethics. I'm so smart. Patient rights and patient self-determination act. We just read that one, see? You make your rights and you get your information. So easy. What is meant by a contract? Brother, this is not day 1 on earth. You know what a contract is. Criminal disclosure provision of the Social Security Act. Did we talk about that? I know Social Security Act was... Oh, yeah, we did. Criminal disclosure provision requires healthcare providers to disclose criminal convictions to continue participating in Medicare and Medicaid. You have to admit your crimes if you want to go get a better, bigger audience who uses Medicare and Medicaid. And what is wrong? Wait, wrong against society as a whole. Society. Alright, yay! We're done! And now we're going to move on to this. We're going to move on to the fraud, abuse, and waste. And this is actually going to be our last one, so I'm very excited. We'll go ahead and talk through these in just a... Actually, we could talk through these now, and I will politely BRB, okay? Yay! Thank you! Thank you so much for the head pats. I appreciate it. Thank you! Nap time. Gamer, thank you so much for here. Like, I'm so sorry. This is not... Thank you for joining me, even though this is not the most eventful kind of stream, and it's just me being like, All right, Cubs. And this is the law and ethics of the study guide that I made. Thank you so much for coming to my tips. Like, I'm so sorry that's like the scene you had to pop your head in. I promise I'm a gamer still. I'm just a grad student first. Ooh. But please have a good nap, gamer. Make sure to set an alarm and make sure you're sleeping on the floor so you're not too comfy. But thank you for stopping by. I will catch you next time, gamer. Have a good one. So studious. I'm so studious. But yeah, let's go ahead and read these off, and then I'll take a little bit of a longer break. So questions to consider when we're talking about the fraud, abuse, and waste. I can't say hammy. Hold on. Was I cursing? I don't have. It's not a hammy. Anyway, sorry. There's an emoji. Some of you guys didn't know that was edited by Sam, called not kiss a hammy, and it's just like the longest pause. I know it's like, no, I am also not a fan of people who edit what do you call it, big hands emotes. Like, no, like they completely take care. I will fight anyone. I was like, oh my gosh, they're actually, I won't get into it anyway. But not kiss a hammy is funny. Sorry. I was like, oh, it's a related party and it's just a personal right, this is okay. Big Ham's gonna kill me. Hi, Spun. Hi, gamer. Dropping my lurk while I work? Brother, thank you so much. I'm gonna kill you. I didn't hear anything. Oh, good. I was just talking about the not kiss a hammy, the edit that Sam had made, and I was like, we could get into the whole edit thing because reject a hammy? Oh, no wonder I'm saying it wrong. Maybe that's why I couldn't find it either. But I think reject a hammy is funny. Any other edits get shot on sight. I was like, oh, but it's okay because it's Sam, right? Yeah, smiley face emoji. Anyway. Nah. Anyway, so questions to consider when it comes to fraud, abuse, and waste. We are going to learn how to navigate the regulatory environment, ensuring compliance while promoting professional integrity. We're going to differentiate between fraud, waste, and abuse in the healthcare system. We're going to define fraud and abuse laws, explain how various relationships with payers, referral sources, and patients could cause potential compliance issues, anti-kickback statutes and meaning, kickback, Chainsaw Man opening, recognize the role of PT and report frauding, abuse, and waste in the work environment, differentiate between legal issues and ethical issues, which agency investigates and enforces fraud and abuse violations, and what is failure to provide a service whose benefit is greater than its risk. Look at Bubbles Gamer! It's been 4 years. No, I'm just kidding. Hi, gamer! Thank you so very much for the raid, and welcome, raiders. My name is Tipanya. Nice to meet ya. I'm a bearcat VTuber. I do the gal and yan. It's very nice to meet ya. Let me go ahead and what do you call it? Give you the big streamer shout out. I have to get better about this. Ooh. But Cubs, do go ahead and give them a follow. Gamer, how are you? How was your stream? How was the just chatting? Did you have a good chatting session? Yeah? Thank you for the shout out. Of course, gamer. I hope you've been doing super duper well. We're just doing some study right now because I have how do you say it? The final tonight and tomorrow and on Monday and on Tuesday. So I've been studying heck right now. We normally do some co-working pomodoro sessions where it's like everyone can like work alongside each other, but right now it's just me regurgitating notes hoping that it stays with me for the next 3 hours. But normally I'm a gamer. I'm a variety streamer. I stream games. We just finished up Final Fantasy VII, and we finished Sonic Adventure 2, so I'm prepared for the movie. Like, I'm a gamer, okay? I just grad student business comes first. But yeah. Talia, hi, welcome on in. Welcome. Roxanne, hi, welcome in as well. Welcome. You chatted about the swarm of bees and stuff that happened at your house today? Oh, brother, are you also plagued by insects? Well, I'm plagued by reptiles for some reason. I blame Ryan, but a swarm of bees. I'm sorry. I would have been like, all right, I will not be in my house for a week. I'm waiting for them to die of starvation. I hope all I got set and arranged and life is good. Yeah. But thank you so much for the good luck on everything. I really do appreciate it. Thank you. If you have to read and run, absolutely no hecking worries. I know I have to skedaddle in just a moment because we have our 3-minute ad break coming up. Boo. But please go ahead and take care of yourself. I don't know how long you were streaming, but streaming definitely does take a lot on me. But we will go ahead and wish you the best. Please make sure to stand up and stretch, hydrate, and eat something super duper yummy. And definitely do go rest up, gamer. And this goes for both you and anyone from your community, okay? Ryan's little plague. Aha, tee, ha ho. Yeah, so like TLDR really quick. Ryan was like, had like a whole stream like, oh, what's the difference between like a frog or a toad? And I said, oh, haha, that's so funny. And like the next day I see like a frog and or toad outside my house. And I'm like, what? And then one appeared in my room, on my toilet. I don't have the picture readily available, but if I find it, I'll let you cubs know. But it was just crazy. I thought it was like baby Peas, who's my cat. I thought she had just like pooped on the toilet seat. No, it's just like a frog. I was so confused. I was a little hurt actually. Roguestar, if I'm saying your name wrong, just correct me, bonk me on the head, be like, it's this, and I'll still pronounce it a little bit wacky. So I do apologize. But thank you so very much for the follow. Welcome to the Cub Club. Welcome. And so Deadlock, hi gamer. Welcome on in. Welcome. I wished everyone well as well, but if you have to random run, absolutely no hecking worries. We're just doing some co-working right now. I have to study. Oh my goodness. You can call you Roga or Laura? Alright, Roga. Oh, wow. I was like, huh? I got it. Thank you so much. I'll probably enter Switch because my brain's a little wacky. But thank you, gamer. Thank you for the classification. I appreciate it. Clarification. Oh, dies of embarrassment. Huh? Wow, that's an amazing coincidence. Tell me some fun facts about large amounts of money. Fun fact. I don't have large amounts of money, but maybe tomorrow. Maybe you'll appear at my doorstep tomorrow. Who knows? I wish. Also, your model's very cute. Thank you, gamer. I am being like shamed right now. Is it a shame thing? I don't know. This is not my normal outfit. I don't study in a bunny suit as much as I like Bunny Girl Senpai anime. Yeah, not the situation. This is a redeem, so not my normal outfit. But thank you so much. Yeah, that's not my normal outfit. It's Teru who made me so cute. So all credits go to her. Yeah. But thank you, gamer. English hard? English is so hard. I've been trying to read off this, and I was telling the cubs, I'm like, oh, it's just much easier to recognize like words. Like I know what these words are, but finally saying them out loud, I'm like, ooh. Guys, the berries look so palatable. Thank you. They got a little physics to them too. I could be Dumbo if I really wanted to. Yeah, thank you, gamer. I appreciate it. Oh my goodness. But yeah, for the readers who came on in, like I said, I'm doing a little bit of studying. I'm going back and forth between like my notes and like a study guide that she had provided us, and I'm at the last unit right now. But I actually was gonna go ahead and take a little baby break. Why? I want to snack on something really quick again. Not to be so much of a snacker. I'm gonna eat something with a little bit more substance that isn't Count Dracula cereal. Pinky Bear promise you, but I'm gonna get that in my system. But so I might take a little bit longer than the 3-minute ad break again. I do apologize. It's not me trying to stall, being like, wow, I really want the study stream to last forever. But I definitely do want to make sure I have some food in my system. So, and that's like actual food. Excuse me. So we're gonna go ahead and take a little baby break. In the next 2 minutes anyway, the ad is gonna play. Normally every hour, just to avoid any ad interruptions, we do we do a 3-minute ad break where we also stand up and stretch, hydrate, and eat something super duper yummy if you have to. And you cubs won't be missing a thing because I will also be gone. So absolutely no hecking worries. But yeah, take your time, snacker brother. Thank you so much. Politely lurking. Thank you for politely lurking. I hope you can enjoy the wacky weird jams. By the way, this one also has breakcore. I didn't expect that. Anyway, I'll see you cubs in a little bit. Let me politely BRB. Like I said, the ad's gonna play in like a minute and a half, and then the 3 minutes, and then I'll be back. Bye. Bye. Here's a little raffle. Bye. 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 No! Oh my goodness, I was like, of course when I come back the music's gone. No! Oh, thank you so much for the I'm digesting, I'm so sorry. I try to eat as fast as I can, so I had some food before the the exam, but thank you so much. No, I'm hiccuping and burping. No! Nice. Nice of embarrassing, excuse me. Anyway, I am, as you can hear in my voice, well, you know, I could be a smoker too, but I have more energy, I am renewed. Cubs, don't forget to eat. It's not that I forgot, I just didn't make time for it. A more fulfilling breakfast than Count Chocula can easily recommend. But anyway, thank you so much for the welcome back. Okay. Hi, JB. Hi. Oof, hiccups. It's okay. I only hiccup once, so it's fine. I think. Anyway, so let's continue. So if you guys are just coming on in, welcome. And if you have just been staying since the raid or just been hanging out even with like the pretty lengthy BRB, so I do apologize. We are on our final fraud, abuse, and waste unit for my admin stuff for my exam that is happening in about 2 hours. Yay, 2 hours. I feel like I sound like the SpongeBob narrator. Maybe that could be my new impression that I use. Okay, so we have the I forget her name already, the slug lady from Monsters Inc. Now we have to add SpongeBob narrator to the resume. 2 hours. Anyway, so last time I had read all these. I think I didn't read like the last 3. So what I'm doing, if you cubs are also just coming on in, is that I'm reading the questions to consider to keep on the back of my head while we read the unit notes that I have prepared, and then we just go back to this and we'll try to answer from the top of our head. As I said, this is our last one, so we are almost done. I can see the light at the end of the tunnel. I could do it, but hopefully we could do it in like 40 minutes. So let us go ahead and do that. So our last 3 is, what is failure to provide a service whose benefit is greater than its risk, Stark law, and then definitions of fraud. And so these are the things we're going to go ahead and analyze as we move on to Unit 13. So what is fraud? What is abuse? I know we probably associate fraud more like, oh, that guy's a fraud! But in this sense, for the healthcare and for the purpose of this exam, it is going to be the intentional deception to obtain payment that's not entitled. So this can be an intentional act of deception. False claims. So this person is making like a false claim and they're trying to gain money from it when they don't need it, and other people may need it more than they do. Duplicate billing, upcoding. So basically the ICD-10 code that I was telling you guys about way earlier, this is just a fancy word to say like we're just charging them more for like other aspects. Oh, they have low back pain, they have knee pain, they have shoulder pain, they need these kind of treatments, we need modalities, we need like electrical stimulation, we need ultrasound, we need it all. And you know, you could gain money from not even implementing it, you know. And kickbacks for referral, and we'll talk about kickbacks in a little bit. Again, it's more than just the Chainsaw Man opening title. So that's fraud. Intentional deception to obtain payment not entitled, while abuse is going to be unintentional practices that lead to improper payments or benefits. So improper acts that can be unintentional, or I don't know why it says but, I feel like and should be here, and inconsistent with standard practices. It sometimes could be labeled instead of fraud because investigators can't determine if fraud did occur. Like it wasn't intentional, but someone had been abusing the system without even realizing. Sounds really weird, right? You would think you would know if you're abusing something, but I guess not in this case. So, abuse payment for items and services that there is no entitlement? Payments for services that there is no entitlement. Let's read through this whole slide again. Sorry cubs. Fraud is obtaining something of value which you're not entitled through intentional. Wait, that you're not entitled through. Obtaining something of value in which you're not entitled through intentional misrepresentation of facts or deception. So this was knowingly billing for services that were not provided, like let's say like 5 modalities and you only did 1. Abuse is payment for items and services that there's no entitlement. Purposely unbundling services and charging individually for higher revenue. Billing for services that are not medically necessary. The difference is that abuse cases, the health provider did not intentionally misrepresent facts. Unintentional but inconsistent with practice standards. Okay, so that makes sense. It is the idea of, hey, they're not wrong. They are billing for services that are provided, but like he said, instead we're unbundling or we're not grouping these together, because if we group them or we bundle them, we get like a little bit more of a discount. It's a less of a charge to the patient. But they're like, actually no, let's get as much money as we can without misrepresenting anything. So fraud involves intentional deception or misrepresentation, whereas abuse does not. So continuing on, we have some acts that we'll talk about, because this gets like really heavy into the law. And so we have something called false claims. So False Claims Act prohibits the knowing submission of false claims or the use of a false record or statement for payment to Medicare or Medicaid. The license sanctions and exclusions from federal program, and the penalties are very interesting. So if you go ahead and submit a false claim, the money you can get is pretty hefty, or well, the billing to you can be pretty hefty. So we have penalties that go up to $22,000 a claim per claim. So if you submitted multiple like false claims, then like that's a lot of money, gamer. Plus 3 times the damages sustained by the government. So there's like an example that there was an example that she had used in the PowerPoint, but pretty much someone owed like I think millions because they had submitted multiple false claims, and then the damages would kind of like go over whatever that cost times 3, and it just ended up being like over $1 million. I'm like, brother, I could never. I'm not messing with the healthcare system. I'm not messing with any law, okay? Easy peasy. But yeah, for whistleblowers, whistleblower might be a term that you guys may have heard, but basically, they're the people who see something wrong. It's the see something, say something kind of folks, which is beneficial. What happens is that there's actually a strong incentive for those who are considered whistleblowers. I know people are like, oh, don't be a tattletale, but actually, whatever they find out from the situation that you, like, as you could say, whistle blew, you can receive up to 30% of recovery, which can be a lot of money, especially in that like $1 million case I just talked about. Imagine 30% of that. That's crazy. But always remember, Cubs, this is up to, not 30%, not a flat out rate. So they can even give you 5%. So just know that. I forget what the actual writing was in the whole case with the healthcare CEO assassination thing. They had said that a McDonald's employee had recognized him, and that was the whistleblower who turned the guy in. But now there was like an article that I read, which I don't know if it's true or false or anything like that, so please apologies if I'm spreading false information, but I'm bringing it up because they were saying that you could earn up to like I think like $50,000 if you had like information on the guy or something like that. And the McDonald's employee, if I'm understanding the case correctly, this is the information I'm just getting off Twitter, had called, and there was an article saying like, hey, this is why the McDonald's employee may not get this money. 1, because it said up to 50,000. 2, they said apparently he had called 911, or I don't know if they had called 911 instead of like the tip line, and so because they did that, they may not get anything, which is crazy to think about. Imagine finding the person who may or may not be the person. Sorry, like my feed is filled with this guy. I have no idea what's on your Twitter feed, guys, but this guy is all over. So I'm like, oh wow, interesting, quite, yeah, anyway. So that's a whistleblower basically. So let's talk about some historical laws that have been implemented in the healthcare system. So we have the False Claim Act, we have the Stark Law 1 and 2, Operation Restore Trust, Anti-Dumping Act, so Safe Harbors Law, and stack penalties. No, I've had it all over my Twitter, logically. I just think it's such a unique situation, you know? And I think everyone's reactions, I have not, like, I kid you not. And I don't know whether, it's a very morbid thought, but I've been seeing more, talk about the guy, and how he looks and how he is and his background and his whole life history and things popping up and all this stuff, which is very interesting, which makes him like a very likable person. And I've heard nothing about the CEO, and I don't think I've heard anyone go against like the murderer. So it's a very interesting perspective. Anyway. So we have several laws. We also have another law which I'm pretty sure will get implemented later. Yeah. Hold on. Let me make this more cohesive. Alright. Excuse me. So the laws that I just talked about, we're gonna go ahead and dive a little bit more deeper into it for a better understanding, okay? So, what is the False Claims Act? We pretty much just talked about it already, but it's the primary civil remedy for fraudulent or improper healthcare claims. And again, if you submit false claims to Medicare and Medicaid, you could get up to $22,000 per claim, and plus triple the damages that the government finds. Stark laws. We're gonna actually talk about this more in detail. I have no idea why Stark 1 is laboratory and Stark 2 is ancillary. I don't really know why the naming. But this is to prohibit physicians from... Or actually, let me just read here. Sorry, let me just read the PowerPoint slide. So, this Stark law governs physician self-referrals. So this is going to prohibit physicians from referring patients to medical facilities where they have financial self-interest. What's a really common... one of the governors in the US, and I hope I'm remembering this right, when COVID first came out, I don't know, they had like a family member or something like that who works in a laboratory, so anytime someone had to do like COVID testing or whatever, he would automatically like refer, was it even a governor, or maybe it was like the governor had a relation family member or something to this one guy who was a physician, and someone else in their family ran a lab, and what had happened was that physician was referring like, oh, you need a COVID test. This was before they had like the drive-thrus and all the little pop-ups and whatnot. Go to his laboratory, I recommend it, you know. And obviously that just worked out best for their interest, because I think the other family member owned that lab and was basically getting all the money from there, which is you know, illegal sounding. Just a little bit. Anyway, so yeah, you can't self-refer your patients. Smiley face emoji. There's three provisions. So the first one is going to prohibit a physician from making referrals for certain design or designated health services payable by Medicare to an entity which he or she or immediate family member has a financial relationship, unless an exception applies. So yeah, you cannot make referral to anyone that you may have like a financial relationship to. 2. Prohibits the entity from presenting or causing to be presented. Oh my gosh, I wish I could read. This is so unfortunate. Prohibits the entity from presenting or causing to be presented claims to Medicare or another individual entity or third-party payer for those referrals. No, it doesn't make as much sense, sorry. And the third one is establishes several specific exceptions and grants the Secretary of Health and Human Services the authority to regulate exceptions for financial relationships that do not pose a risk to the program or patient abuse. So TLDR prohibits physicians self-referrals for services and entities that they own or financially benefit from, unless, you know, exceptions apply. We'll talk more about the Stark Law and Order, so hopefully it will make more sense later. We have this thing called Operation Restore Trust, which sounds awful. I never think I want to see this in a government thing. Operation Restore Trust, like, wait, what did you take away our trust? What? Anyway, it's a government incentive to combat Medicare fraud and abuse, and this is to prevent adversaries or provides advisories to prevent violations. So this is just another thing to help combat the Medicare, not Medicaid, but Medicare fraud and abuse. We have another one. This is something we talked about earlier, but not in this detail. This was just about the emergency room treatment. So this is the Anti-Dumping Act, aka emergency medical treatment and active labor, the EMTALA. This is a law or an act that prevents refusal to treat emergency patients for inability to pay. The second is to include also transferring a patient to another facility due to the inability to pay treatment. And 3, mandate the medical screening exam. So you still have to treat the person if they're in the emergency room. You cannot transfer them unless they're medically stable. You have to treat them right there. You cannot just transfer them because they're unable to pay. But before they go anywhere, they need an examination. Here's the whole PowerPoint presentation based off it, and I'll read it to you because it's tiny. So sorry you've been struggling. It reads fine to me, but like I look at screen or I look on stream and I'm like, does that read well to you, Cubs? Not that you have to be observing every word. I'm just like, oh, I'm sorry if it's like very zoomed out. Anyway, so the 2 requirements of the EMTALA is to provide appropriate and non-discriminatory medical screening examinations adhering to the hospital's established emergency care guidelines to all individuals who present to the hospital's emergency department seeking care for an emergency medical condition. And 2, you have to stabilize the emergent conditions and or pregnant women before a proper transfer can be taken. Now sometimes maybe, hey, I have so many people here, I think you'd be better at this hospital, but you can't just randomly transfer someone just for the heck of it. They need to be medically stable, and you have to get that medical screening before they're transferred. So, of course, with everything, there's pros and cons. So the con of this is that the ER has become too saturated. There's too many patients and long wait times. I know this is going to sound very morbid to those who are not in America. I do apologize. I have personally seen billboards around my area that show wait times for ERs. For ER visits. That's how big of a deal it's become. You have billboards showing, here is the ER time for X hospital, and it's like, what? So that's become popular, quotation marks. Unfortunately, because the ER has become so saturated and so busy, it's actually resulted in physicians and nursing shortages. And now the ER has become a go-to walk-in clinic for the uninsured, and that the ER resources aren't being used appropriately. But with its negatives, of course, it has its positives. The EMTALA resulted in millions of individuals to receive care when otherwise they wouldn't. Like, it's kind of like that old man meme. It's like, yeah, I guess I'll die. And it's like, yeah, buddy, sure. But, healthcare professionals and the EMTAL, nurses and physicians are most at risk for violating this. Poor staff training, pressure to increase revenue, flawed system and practices can obviously backfire on this, and violators face risks of loss of professional licensures, civil litigation complaints, etc. Our last law we're going to talk about, but of course we'll revisit these as they come, is going to be the Safe Harbors Law. So this is going to protect certain payment and referral practices from the anti-kickback penalties, which we'll talk about in just a moment. Regulations describe various payments and business practices that, although they potentially implicate the federal anti-kickback statute, are not treated as offenses under the same statute. What does that mean? I promise I have a better example down below, because I think safe harbors and anti-kickback go like pretty much hand to hand. So how do we define all these words? I got you. So fraud is the intentional deception for financial gain. Abuse is practice causing unnecessary costs without intent. So again, intentional deception for financial gain. Abuse, practices causing unnecessary costs without intent. The waste is inefficiency or unnecessary spending, hence the term waste. Anti-kickback is a law that prevents bribery for referrals, and we'll talk about that right here. Ooh. Overuse is going to be excessive services without benefit. So basically, you're like, oh, I would love to keep giving you this. And it's like you reached your cap. Like there's no more benefit to this, but you're still charging them. Misuse is incorrectly performing procedures and services. And then underuse is failure to provide necessary care. Which I know that probably sounds very interesting, but it's just the idea of like, you didn't do anything wrong, but you didn't do it at all, so it is wrong. You know, they could have benefited from this and you just decided not to. So going back to anti-kickback to provide bribery for referrals, This act, the anti-kickback, is to prevent the offer or payment of bribes as an inducement. Inducement? Yeah, to refer Medicare patients for treatment or services. So I know this is going to sound really wacky, but there was an example that my professor had used in the not review, the lecture, and it was the idea that an organization was like, hey, we accept Medicare patients, we'll pay you $25 to come here. And it's like, huh? You're gonna pay your patients to come over there? And I'm not gonna lie to you, the holy amount times 5 is very tempting. Yeah, I would go. Unfortunately, now that's against the law. And how they were doing it, by the way, is that the $25 they would just steal by like overcharging them for services. So they would like give the $25 and be like, ooh, come to us. Yada yada yada. And then get the money back by fraud. But yeah. The law of choice of federal enforcement authorities that impose criminal liability for knowing and willful payments, solicitation, or receipts of remunerate. Anyway, that's all to say this. Prevents the offer or payment of bribes as an inducement for, to refer patients with Medicare insurance for the services or treatment. This act was very stringent at first, leading to the establishment of a safe harbor provision, which we'll talk about more in detail. The purpose is to impose criminal liability for the knowing and willful payment, solicitation, or receipt of remuneration or the kickback or bribe in exchange for referring an individual to another entity for the purpose of obtaining reimbursement from the federal healthcare program. Don't bribe people. Anyway, so the relationships with payers, we have to figure out the coding. When the federal government pays for services for Medicare and Medicaid beneficiaries, federal fraud and abuse laws will apply. For private payers, states may have similar laws that apply, but examples of improper coding and billing, because the coding and billing go hand in hand, is billing for services not provided. That's illegal, as you would imagine. Billing for services are not medically necessary. Billing for services provided by aides, because if you have some person who probably just graduated high school being like, I want to become this, I'll become your aide. If you're charging patients for treatment from them, first of all, they shouldn't even be treating. They are not a skilled professional by any means whatsoever. And what happens is when people come to therapy, they're coming for like skilled intervention, and to bill saying like, oh, but my aide did it. I'm like, no. And just as a heads up, there's a difference between aide, assistant, and therapist. Assistants can do like the services and whatnot, but aides are not skilled or not educated. They don't have the formal education to provide services. Nice. But thank you. Good luck tonight. Thank you so much. I have 2 more hours until my exam, so I'm chit-chatting until I can't anymore. But thank you so much, gamer, for the tier 2. So I appreciate your continued support at the Sugar Bear famous for 23 whole hecking months. Brother, that's been almost 2 years. Time flies. Wait, what? I feel like the Ash Baby meme. Passage of time? Screams. Anyway, hi gamer, let me go ahead and give you a shout out. Hi, welcome. I don't know what you said, but yay, bunny, brother, that's how I feel. You wanted to become a dragon, a dragon emperor. Sorry, I'm like slurring and combining the 2 words together because my brain is just not having it anymore. Well, do you live out your dreams, gamer? That's the important part. Or did you find something similar? Time! Panic! What is that? Huh? What? Huh? That's okay. It is what it is. So yeah. So basically, don't do illegal stuff, okay? Don't bill for things that are not provided, that are not medically necessary, that are provided by aides, and do not bill for services that are provided by assistants who are skilled, but they're not properly supervised. Documentation is so hecking important. It is a professional responsibility and legal requirement. It is so scary to think of the amount of times that my professors who do actively practice have been called into court about XYZ scenario, especially my pediatrics one. Not to say like, oh my gosh, they're a bad therapist or whatnot. But what had happened was there was a child abuse case basically. And they were like, hey, when you did the evaluation for this person at this time, did you notice any bruising, scarring, and like, you know, XYZ? It gets like really like, yeah. So it's very important to document like, yeah, I did, and this is why I had this suspicion of abuse, and this is why I reported it to, you know, it said, how do you call it, appropriate party, and this is why we're here. I know we're not really talking about pediatrics in itself, but like abuse and all that other stuff, and can definitely play a part. There was an article that was actually really important as well. This is such a stupid situation. So what happened was the patient was given a walker, so like, you know, like an assistive device to help them walk. It was to help them to keep themselves upright and balanced and able to like navigate outside and inside the home. And what happens is that one time he didn't use it and he fell and he ended up breaking like his hip or something. And he blamed the therapist, saying like, the therapist never taught me how to use this. But the therapist had noted like, hey, I did teach him how to use this. They just decided not to do it. Here's the documentation saying that I educated the patient with this, and they gave me their consent saying that they understood and was able to recite how to use this and performed it in front of me. You know what I mean? And then that case fell through because it was like, oh, good thing this therapist had really good documentation. If not, they actually really would have gotten in trouble, which is crazy. Anyway, you go back to work? Oh, goodness. Gamer, I hope you have a good rest of your shift. Dies of embarrassment. Oh my goodness. But yeah, they must support the claims they submit without complete medical records and documentation. Payers must review the medical records to verify the claims and quality of care. As a record of patient care, this is what the documentation is a communication vehicle among providers, demonstrates compliance with federal, state, payer, and local regulations, and can demonstrate appropriate, utilization. So, what is an antitrust law and what are the components? So the antitrust law is actually to prevent monopolies. So we have the anti-kickback law, which is going to prevent fraud in like the Medicare setting. Antitrust is going to prevent monopolies. You know, the game with the guy with the mustache. Anyway, prevent monopolies, so one business, promote competition, and protect consumer choice. There's actually several components to this. We have the Sherman Act, which is Section 1, which is going to prohibit all conspiracies and agreements that restrict trade. We have Act number 2, Clayton's Act, which is Section 7, which is going to prohibit mergers and acquisitions that substantially lessen competition. And 3, we have the Federal Trade Commission, or the FTC, which is Act 5, which is going to prohibit unfair methods of competition like collusion or price fixing. So these are all very important because the option of choice is just important. Imagine only having one internet provider and that guy just sucked and it's like, oh, sorry, monopoly. You have like your choice of like cell phone provider, internet provider, etc. provider, you know, but this is in the healthcare field of like what kind of insurance, etc. or clinic you would like to go to. So what is the safe harbor and anti-kickback regulation and stature? That's something. But for the regulations, again, we talked about the legal framework of what is allowed. These are laws passed by the legal. Wait, did I mess that up? No, the stature is this. Whoopsies, that's why we like to read in this household. The stature is a legal framework. The regulation is going to be something that's created by the government agency to implement, enforce, and specify details on how the law is applied. So we have the safe harbor, which again is going to provide... Oh, you can't see it, I'm sorry. There you go. So the safe harbor is going to provide a clear expectations or exceptions to the anti-kickback statute. The safe harbor outlines specific business arrangements that won't be considered illegal kickbacks. And this is all to aim to ensure financial relationships in the healthcare are transparent and free from improper incentives, promoting fair competition and patient care integrity. Anti-kickback, however, because this is like, hey, make sure you don't overstep your boundaries. Anti-kickback is to prevent fraud and abuse in the federal healthcare programs such as Medicare and Medicaid, and it prohibits offering, paying, soliciting, or receiving receiving this which is money or gifts to induce or reward referrals of services that are reimbursable under the federal healthcare program. So, oh, and we're almost done. Yay! Double, thank you so much, Gamer. I just want to wish you the best at the first final tonight. You got this. I know. Thank you so much, Gamer. I'm so nervous about the first final, and it just makes me like a little like because I'm like, I have to do this again tomorrow, and then Monday, and then Tuesday, and I'm like, I can't believe I'm gonna be a certified yapper. If I don't lose my voice somehow, it's gonna be a miracle. But to be speaking for like almost 5 hours straight, it's a talent, okay? But Gamer, thank you so much. I really do appreciate it. I need all the luck I can get, so I appreciate you taking the time to write a wish up. Will be over soon? That's what I'm hoping. I will be. It's already Wednesday, so I'm kind of like, I just need to get through tomorrow and the day after. And the day after that, and the day after that, and the day after that, and the day after that. So, can you accept gifts from patients? So it's generally discouraged, but you can take like small non-monetary tokens. So, I'm not gonna lie to you. I've had no, I don't think I've had anything like bad or anything. And I was an aide, mind you. I wasn't even like a therapist. I was just someone who like helped put modalities, which is still debatable if that was legal or not. But I'm just gonna smile and nod. I was definitely in a cash mill. I was definitely in a place that valued money over patients. But we'll talk about that later. I had one patient who kind of understood this rule. They're like, yeah, I can give you money. Plus, I don't even have money, but I'll make you cheesecake. And it was the best darn like blueberry cheesecake ever. Was not a fan of cheesecake at the time. Was not even really a big fan of blueberry. But whatever he had made was absolutely divine. And I normally am a little like hesitant about accepting food from people. But everyone's like, you have to try this. This is so good. And I was like, this is so good. He was very kind, even though his services got discharged. Like he no longer had to come to therapy. He did end up visiting us one time randomly, and was like, "Hey, I brought more," and I'm like, "Sir, you're so kind. Insert name here. Oh, I'll never forget you." So that's very sweet, you know. How to say it? I think the most people may give maybe like a gift card or something, but like we're talking about like a $10 gift card, which again it's big money still, but like it's relatively small. It's not like here's a $50 Amazon card, like, you know. So you could accept gifts, but it tends to be discouraged. Yeah, good thing like my love language is not gift giving, you know. Because I'd be like, oh, what? But yeah, Stark Law, by the way, allows exemption for nominal gifts to be provided to physicians. So for the Stark Law, it actually makes it illegal for doctors to refer patients to healthcare services if they financially. Oh wait, this is off. This is not supposed to be here. I think I put it here because I thought it was related. I mean, it kind of is, but it is what it is. Let me see. Hold on. Yeah. Even you as a healthcare provider, if you try to establish like a relationship with a doctor or even a patient, you're not supposed to give them like this like gifts that would influence your decisions or anything like that. It have to be like small, low-cost gifts like a thank you card or like a pen. I think they talk about this in a little bit. Maybe not. Let's see. Anyway, free lunch is okay if 1, education's involved, and 2, the lunch expense is not too large. So if you're trying to build a relationship with like a let's say a doctor, and it's like, oh doctor, can you please keep referring people to me, it's the idea of like you're gonna try to bribe them, wink, but it has to be one of these 2 components, so it isn't like, you know, like actually influencing them. Gifts to individuals receiving Medicare and Medicare are prohibited. So people who have this, as I was mentioning that example earlier, you can't pay people to come to your clinic. You can't be like, yeah, Medicare, Medicaid patients, please come on in. We'll pay you $25 for using our services. However, you can give things to patients, kind of, but it has to be a $15 value or less. I don't know how it really gets to the point where it's like, it's either $15 at once less or $75 a year. Like, how do you make that jump, you know? Alright, gamer, thank you so much for the hydrate. Give me one whole hecky moment. Oh, I think I wrote it because I saw this. So annoying. Hold on. Thank you, gamer. So gifts, again, just to reiterate, Stark law allows exemption for nominal gifts to be provided to physicians, so like clinicians to other doctors. Allowable amounts adjusted regularly for inflation. Free lunch is okay if there's a component of education involved and the lunch isn't too expensive. Gifts to individuals receiving Medicare or Medicaid is prohibited. Allow non-cash or non-cash equivalent gifts, not more than $15 at once or $75 per year per patient. That's really wacky. I mean, I'll memorize that because it is so weird, but I'm still not hitting the head that well. Anyway, understand what an ethical decision versus a legal decision is in the practice of PT. So ethical, again, are right or wrong, what's best for the patient, and legal is what's compliant with the laws and regulation mentioned. What is an internal control? It is the policies or procedures that are going to ensure accountability, integrity, and compliance in the operations in the organizations. What are the 5 areas of management responsibility compliance? So we have management responsibilities for compliance to ensure that everyone's doing the right thing is to make sure they control the environment, do a risk assessment, control the activities, allow for communication, and that cool new hip Deco 27 Miku song, monitoring, which is going to assess the quality of internal control performances. So if we have all that, and that sounds pretty straightforward, it's a lot, but it's like straightforward. It's like, okay, make sure there's no risk, control the environment and activities, communicate with others, and keep watch on them. Like, oh, okay, sure. Yeah, this is our second to last one. Number 11. What are the 8 essential elements of an effective compliance program? So make sure that everyone's following and is on board with whatever program you use. You provide the standards of the conduct. You have the oversight completed by a compliance officer, so someone who's definitely well versed in this. Training and education is provided to make sure that everyone's on track and doing the right thing. Effective communication, monitoring and auditing, disciplinary measures, addressing problems quickly, and also risk assessment. So I have these like randomly highlighted because I'm like, oh, these are like the same here. That's so funny. Ha 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 ha. And our last one, how can big analytics help the acquisition of information in healthcare? So big data analytics can improve decision making, fraud detection, personalized care, and operational efficiency. And with that, we're done with our 40 pages of notes. Yay! So let's go ahead and go back to these questions really quick and see if we can go ahead and define these and answer these. And I think we shall be in our merry way. So I have no idea how to answer the first one, so we're going to move on to the second one. Differentiate between fraud, waste, and abuse in the healthcare environment. So fraud is the intentional gaining money. The waste is wasting the resources that can go along with like that misuse, overuse stuff that we briefly mentioned. And abuse is that unintentional way of getting money, but it's not consistent with the healthcare policies. Fraud we just defined, abuse we just defined. Explain the relationships. We talked about gifts, and again, it's that whole like no more than $15 at once, or $75 a year for the patient. Anti-kickback statutes are going to be, hey, you can't influence, or not, sorry, that's dark. Anti-kickback, oh, I'm a blankie. It's a Medicare, Medicaid, and like not doing fraud. Hold on. Prevent fraud and abuse in federal healthcare programs. Thank you. Recognize the role of PT in reporting fraud. Okay, yep, do that. Abuse and waste. Yep, just do it. Smiley face emoji. Differentiate between legal issues and ethical. Legal is enforced. Ethical is right or wrong. Which agency investigates and enforces fraud and abuse violations? Actually, I have no idea. I don't think we really talked about Pacific Agency, but I will go ahead and check it out. Smiley face emoji. What is failure to provide a service whose benefit is greater than its risk? What is a failure to provide a service whose benefit is greater than underuse, I believe? Stark law, this is the what is Stark law? Hold on. Is that the monopolies? No, the antitrust is the monopolies. So what's Stark law? Stark law, oh, it's like you can't refer to someone, like if you're gonna get a financial benefit to refer to someone who's like your family member who runs XYZ facility, and they will get money and you would get money, that's no good, and that's the Stark law. And then the last one, I don't know, apparently I really need to know how to define fraud. I think I need to like look over that definition again or something, because no way, this is like written like 3 times, holy heck. Fraud, obtaining something of value in which you're not entitled through intentional misrepresentation of facts and deception. Abuse, payment for items and services that are no entitlement. Bam! We're done. Oh, Chai, welcome! Let me put him there. You made it at a great time. I'm done with this. I'm done reading my 40-page guide. I'm free. I'm done, and I have about an hour and a half left of my how do you say it, till my exam, so I'm going to, I don't know, contemplate, love life. I'm gonna figure it out together. Or sorry, together. You got the citrus. Thank you, Gaber. Ooh, my first final though. It kinda sucks. Thank you so much. I will politely do my best. Smiley face emoji. Send you all your energy. Thank you. I've been here literally sitting here reading notes for 5 hours, which is still a crazy concept. Can we talk about that? But we did it. We did it. Yeah. What they say in Dora. We did it. Anyway, we're gonna go ahead and wrap it up so I have the opportunity to find someone in the raid. Let me go ahead and find someone really quick. Wait. Mona's streaming, but Mona might be ending soon, so I have no idea. I got you. Everything will come to fruition. That's what I'm hoping. But Cubs, you could probably actually help me decide on who we're actually rating. I have to count it 2 decisions. Wait, let me see. She started June. Okay, I was like trying to count 2. Count it. 2 decisions. I'll put that poll up for like 5 minutes. Smiley face emoji. We got Mona who is doing art. And then we also have Muse. She rated into me earlier last week. Yes, because this week is blur. But she's playing some Fortnite right now. And I don't, again, cuz I'm telling you, the new season is beautiful, but I've only played maybe like 4 times. But both are really good decisions, and I do appreciate them both. I don't think I've rated Muse in a while though. That's not me to influence your decision. I think both are very good. But I'll give you Cubs the option to decide. I don't think Omona streams for that long. That's why I'm like, oh. But I also haven't car streaming in a while either, so I just like putting myself there. Anyway, but yeah, let me go ahead and chill in the meanwhile. But Cubs, thank you so much for joining me today. I do appreciate a good study session. And guess what, Cubs? Guess what? We're gonna do the same thing tomorrow. I know, that's insane. That's crazy. But yeah, tomorrow we are going to be doing the same thing, but we're going to be doing for pediatrics. So if you like hearing some bearcat ramble about her notes and she reads it in real lifetime and has tangents on occasion, I am your bearcat. I will be here tomorrow around the same time. Wait, no, I work. wait, what? What time did I schedule then? What time did I schedule? Hold on. I put for 2 o'clock. Okay, never mind. 2 p.m. EST. So what time is it? 5:30? 3.5 hours ago. Tomorrow I'll be back. Hopefully a little bit earlier though. It depends on what work decides for me. Cries. Cupid, thank you. And hi Robert. Bye Robert. Sorry. But yeah. 2 p.m. tomorrow. Yeah. And we'll be studying pediatrics, and that one will be much more fun. You know, honestly, and is the study guide as long? Let's see. The study guide is 38 pages instead of 40, so you're welcome. Definitely not going to be another 5-hour stream, and I hope it won't. Or actually, it could be, because my exam starts at 7:30, so there'll be a little bit of like maybe a 30-minute buffer time if it stays as long as it did today. Oh gosh. Anyway, not that Cubs. Keep in mind when I say things like this, all silly nilly. I love spending my time with you, Cubs. It's just the idea of like, whoa, I actually yapped about notes for like 5 hours. That's crazy. Anyway, that's basically the mood. So I do apologize. But yeah, feel free to join the Discord. Thursday is anime night. Anime night will start as soon as I'm done with my exam. Which will be roughly the equivalent of 8:30 p.m. EDT. We're going to be watching the newest episodes of Dan and also watching and starting the second course, or I guess you could say season, maybe, question mark, of a Apothecary Diaries. Yeah. So feel free to join. Yay. Also, Cubs, tomorrow's Thursday, but you know what else is tomorrow? You want to guess? It's December 12th. I did mention that. If you happen to know what it is, if you know, you know. And if you don't, I guess you'll know tomorrow. But I give you 5 seconds. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Big day! Yeah, it's actually Ryan's big day. It's her birthday. So please do I could give her the big girl shout out. Let's see. She is going to be not streaming. I think she's streaming today though. So yeah, please do wish her a happy early birthday because she's not streaming for the rest of the week. So if you see her today, just wish her a happy birthday. And if she said, it's not my birthday today, tell her we love to celebrate life every day. Every day is a gift or something like that. But yeah, please do wish her a happy birthday. And also please do give her a follow if you haven't already. She is a super sweetie. And I love her. She is my favorite sleepy lion. She'll get the Baz treatment. She has to. I mean, like, what else? Baz gets treated so good. But yeah, that's tomorrow. So sorry, really quick. Discord. I already mentioned the Discord already, but I ping when I go live. Thursday is anime night. We have anime night on Thursdays, and feel free to join the Spanish club as we are at the midway point of how do you say it? The second week of Spanish club. So feel free to join if you're interested, so you Cubs don't get too far behind. And there's an audiobook version, so if you're like, I hate reading, there's no excuse. Did the poll tie? Cuz, why do you hate me? I can't stay that long today. But yeah, I'll put up the poll again while I ramble. Feel free to check out the Twitter. On Twitter, sorry, I lied, I can't multitask. Alright, I put up the poll again, hackers. Anyway, so, something. Oh, Twitter! I have my schedule pinned up, so I also have it pinned up. I don't have it pinned up, but I have it on Blue Sky as well, if you are a Blue Sky user as well. I will be back tomorrow. If you like the format of the stream that I had today, brother, you're just in luck because it's coming back tomorrow. We're going to be talking about pediatric stuff. We're going to be talking about stuff like cardiology, and some of the common pediatric health conditions. We're going to be talking about assisted technology and like assisted devices like wheelchairs and why it's good to have good fitting ones as a kid and how that transitions into adulthood. We're going to be talking about autism and why that may occur and some of the risk factors and characteristics to diagnose someone who may have autism. We have sensory processing disorders, and then we have some wacky laws and stuff for kids, so please look forward to it. I think it's a very interesting, like all those are like very interesting stuff. I will also be back on Thursday. I'll also be back Friday with more co-working, so we're gonna be in our little co-working room, and if everything's going well and I finish stuff, great, but it's just because I have another exam on Monday and Tuesday, so as much as I want a game, I don't know if gaming is a thing, if it's a concept, you know? I cry every single day. Yeah, let's go ahead and check out the socials. I have a YouTube, I have a TikTok. I've been really bad about uploading stuff on YouTube, so please forgive me. I will definitely try to get it as soon as I can, okay? Yeah. Anyway, let's grab our raid message. So again, we had a poll. We have a second poll now. We have another poll and it's tied. So we're gonna go ahead and try second time's the charm for getting a raid target, please and thank you. But if you're not subscribed, absolutely no hecking worries, cause feel free to use the Gao raid with the bear emoji. And if you are subscribed, thank you so very much for your support. Feel free to use the Tipanya with the Gao raid. Okay? Please feel free to check that out. Yay. We're gonna go ahead and find a raid target soon. I hope. Okay, it's tying again. Okay, Cubs. I get it. You hate me. It's okay. As much as I would love to be here a little bit longer, I can't stay too long. Like I would like to go out to walk or something. I would like a quick walk before it gets too dark, so I could be like, wow, I'm so glad that we weren't in my room for the past 5 hours all day. Normally this would have been okay, but I haven't left my house all day today, and I think maybe some fresh air would be very beneficial. So we're indecisive apparently. Maybe you guys are a little too decisive because it's 3 and 3 again. I'm like the TikTok thing. No, you're right, decisive. Oh, I was about to vote. This vote goes only for Marshall only. All right, Marshall. Here, you got a 1-minute poll. I won't put you on the spot. When the polls don't work, brother, you gotta get it third time. Third time's the charm. Alright, I put a new poll for like 1 minute. I'm hoping Marshall's decision. Whatever the first one I see, I hope it's Marshall. I'll be like, alright. And then somehow this changes. Alright, I think I saw Fortnite first, but I also blinked. Somehow if this changes though, I will consider. But yeah, grab a raid message! Yay! I voted art. Oh. You what? Okay, art is winning so far. Okay, no, it's tied again. Okay, it's 4. Okay, we have 1 more votes than we normally do. Do we get the tiebreaker? That someone's like, oh yeah, I can break the tie. This is why I never vote. I hate the tie so much. How did we get ties 3 times in a row? Because they're so funny. Ah ha 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 hee hee ho ho. We have 2. Yeah, we had 2 more votes too, which is crazy. It's fine. Deja vu? Nah, it's fine. Anyway. The person playing Fortnite might win in her game and has been playing for an hour. You know what? Let's say hi to Mona. This is truly the worst bit, Cubs. Yeah. Well, I haven't seen Mona in a while, so it's fine. It's okay. People are pulling alt accounts? Brother, imagine! Raid Fortnite? Wait, why raid Fortnite? I just want you to stream longer? Brother, I don't mind if an ad wasn't gonna play in a few minutes. So it's either like we go Because we raid Fortnite? Okay, so do you want me to raid Fortnite? You like to be imposing? It's like, oh, okay. Listen. I'm stalling because I don't want to like raid in such a tense, like, I don't know. I'm like, oh, there's only 14 people left. Anyway, yeah, it's fine. We love Fortnite. We love Fortnite. Mona, though. Mona's a sweetie. Please do give her your love and support. She's been streaming for a little bit anyway. And I feel like I haven't raided into her recently, but I feel like I haven't raided into Hughes even further. So I feel like I'm a little biased for that. But next time I'm catching Mona because I yell for her. She doesn't know that though. Mona doesn't know that, but she will soon. But good luck till next time. Take care. Thank you, gamers. Alright, gamers, I'm putting the raid message out again for those who haven't grabbed one. But we're gonna be raiding into me. She's super sweet. There's 11 people left now. Okay, the game is getting a little intense. We're gonna figure that out together though. SJ, if you had to vote art or Fortnite, I'm just curious, what would you pick? We need your input as well now that you're here. I just like hearing opinions that could have been anonymous, but Cubs decided to tie a poll 3 times. Cubs says, thank you for the stream tip, but have a good one. Best of luck on the finals. Thank you. I'll try my best. Wait, what? Art or Fortnite? I'm just curious. Alright, cool. Well, it's also been confirmed by SG, so there you go, Cubs. Miyu has 7 people left in her game. So I'm hoping the absolute best for her. We're definitely raiding in a very stressful time, so that's unfortunate. But it could have been a little bit faster, cuz we didn't have to raid in such a stressful time. Her whole team is dying now. It's only one person, but it's fine. Okay, wait. Do you think she would die from this person? Hold on. We're waiting. Okay, she's down. Let's go. This is it. This is it. So I feel like I'm not intruding. She's dead. Okay, we can raid. Sorry. She's gonna look back on this VOD. She's gonna be like, Tippa, what the f? Streamer died. Play second place. Now I don't feel bad about raiding. Yeah, you know, it's just so inconvenient sometimes to just like raid into people, you know? Cubs, you get it, right? Disrespect the fear. No, please don't do that. Anyway, but yeah, Mimi is good company. She's playing some Fortnite right now, and again, the new season is beautiful. If you guys haven't checked it out already, I hope she doesn't BRB. So I'm just gonna raid into her now. See you guys in a little bit. Bye, gamers. Bye. See you tomorrow. And if I don't get to see you tomorrow, I hope you have a good rest of your week and a better weekend. Okay. Okay. All right. I'm going now. Goodbye. Goodbye. Is she AFK? Oh, brother. I hope she's not AFK. We're throwing the pup. We're drawing the Cub Club at her. We're going. Bye, Robert. Bye, Cubs. Bye, everyone. Bye. Okay, good luck. Bye.